This is the Troll Patrol. Live. With Justin. Freakin.
Sorry, I thought I was going to be able to, Here we go. I thought I was going to be able to consume all that before the stream started. Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live! It's a freaking Sunday. Yes, I was informed of the possibility of a debate tonight a few days ago. I've not checked in on the Discord. I'm sorry, I've been checked out. But I mean, if somebody would like to debate, you know me, I'm always down. Welcome. I'm not high enough for this shit. I'm not high at all, really. So we're gonna have to get a little high before we start talking about this shit. I will tell you, we've got an exciting show for tonight. A prison in Iran looks like it has been burnt down. They keep political prisoners there, so I don't know if it was a prison riot, if it was protest. We're going to find that out together. That should be fun. Also, a story that I've meant to talk about for a few days. The Iranians killed yet another teenage girl at the hands of Iranian security forces. We're going to talk about that, and then we're going to move over to the UK, where the rumor, the gossip, is that this week, lawmakers will try to oust Prime Minister Liz Truss, who has only had the job a month and some change now. Poor gal. Maybe a month and a half. China opened its party conference. We're going to check in with Xi Jinping. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but COVID cases are on the rise. We have a new subvariant that is resistant to the treatments we have currently. What did I do with the real Justin? By the way, good evening, Clinically Insane, Warlord, Virtual Wrong. So glad to see you guys. It looks like the head of lettuce is going to outlive Liz Truss as PM. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we'll get to that. We covered that on the Friday Night Freak Show, but that's a story we can't help but cover tonight as well. Oh my God, we're going to get into the Durham trial against Igor Dushenko. That's the Russian subsource, all that fucking bullshit. A judge has dropped one of the 5 charges against him. The entire Durham investigation is falling apart. Here's your meme for the day. How did 3 men in their 30s not have enough money for Blink tickets? Economy is in shambles. Of course. The Wisconsin gubernatorial debate was supposed to take place tomorrow, but as of the last time I checked, is it tomorrow or is it supposed to be tonight? Oh yeah, I don't have a date on that. It could have been denied. Is it going on right now? That was one of the debates I highlighted. I'm sorry, Phoebe. She's not out already, but it's possible it's coming this week. Is it going on right now? Resonate, good evening. Tones, good evening. We'll take it. Tomorrow night is Stacey Abrams. Says it was 2 days ago. I'm completely off because I had it marked down for tomorrow. Yeah, I don't see a debate going on right now. Yes, I have clips. I have clips of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Marcus Flowers in Georgia. I could apparently she threw a big fit about his hat. I couldn't find that clip. This debate just happened in the last few hours. Warlord, we have gone over how tired Justin is right now. Justin trying his damnedest for you. Justin ain't high enough for this shit. Where's his bong? And we got so much news to cover. This is gonna be such a long show tonight. We've got, okay. I think it was Thursday night, we covered the dude in Connecticut. He was at a bar and cops tried to give him a citation. He goes back to his house, arms himself, and then calls in some kind of domestic dispute. Lures the cops to his house and then ambushes them. We have the body camera footage of the wounded cop shooting the suspect. They just released that. That's up to you to decide. Nobody to root for in this one. But we have the body camera footage of the wounded cop shooting the suspect. Just released in the last couple of hours. And as soon as I saw that, I'm like, well, that's going on the show tonight. Because I even debated. So I wanted to update the Parkland shooter trial. We covered that last week. And apparently the families who my hearts go out to, the families of the victims in the Parkland shooting, they're very upset that he didn't get the death penalty. And I would like to address some of the things that they said and some of the reasonings that they threw out there. Even some people on my YouTube video about it commented with a reasoning I found odd. So I debated putting that on the rundown for the show, but hey, let's do it. I'm gonna bum you out tonight, but also we're gonna laugh. We're gonna laugh a lot. But something else we're gonna cover tonight that isn't a laughing matter is 2 comedians are suing the Atlanta airport, and this is Eric Andre. Is one of the 2 comedians, and very subversive comedian. I don't think he's doing a bit. I think this is very real. We got an update on the North Carolina mass shooting that we were talking about on this show on Thursday night. What I didn't know as we were covering it on Thursday night is we came to the live coverage and they were saying a suspect was in custody. What I did not know to tell you guys at that time was they had just apprehended him. It was an hours-long manhunt, and when we were watching it at like 9:30, 9:45 on Thursday evening, they had just captured him. Apparently, it was a 15-year-old boy. We're going to talk about the motive for the shooting. Terrorized a neighborhood in Raleigh, North Carolina. A New Jersey mayor is going to react to video of the state's GOP stealing yard signs. The Arizona Attorney General is asking the FBI to investigate the 2000 Mules movie. I debated even doing these stories, but I'm just going to lump them in. We're going to do them real fast. Like, Trump has been accused of fraud on more than one front. They're significant stories, but also me telling you that Trump in his business dealings committed fraud is like me telling you that the water is wet. But I guess the real reason we're going to talk about Trump tonight is because he's upset with the Jews. He's upset with the Jews. He's big mad at the Jews. Telling them they need to get their act together. My God. We're going to hear from Bernie Sanders, speaking of American Jewish people who specifically Trump is upset with. We're going to hear from Bernie Sanders about how there's no winning over Trump voters. There's no winning over Trump voters. I was wrong. Last week, I promoted the candidate in Colorado for Senate, Joe O'Dea, who we will be watching debate on Wednesday. We'll be debating Michael Bennet in the Colorado Senate race. That's a very close one. It's one that the Democrats are defending. Joe O'Dea is now distancing himself from Trump. He was on the Sunday morning shows. Sassy, good evening. Monsieur Balls, good evening. Lenny, my friend, so glad to see you. Thank you guys for being here. We're still running down what we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going to listen to Kari Lake talk about how she's not willing to accept the results of the 2022 election coming up in less than a month. We're going to get a clip from the Marjorie Taylor Greene debate with Marcus Flowers in Georgia. We're going to hear from a Senate candidate in Utah who is an independent. This race is interesting because Evan McMullin in Utah actually stands a chance. That would not be a pickup for Democrats, but it would be a loss for Republicans. That is Senator Mike Lee in Utah. Evan McMullin talking about how he will not caucus with the Democrats. Tomorrow night, we're also going to be watching the second Tim Ryan, J.D. Vance debate out of Ohio. That might be on at the same time as the Georgia debate. So we might be watching the Tim Ryan, J.D. Vance debate on replay. We're going to hear from the other senator from Ohio who was on one of the Sunday morning shows, Senator Sherrod Brown. Going to talk about his outlook on the 2022 election. All that and so much more tonight. I can't not billboard the fact that college football got wild over the weekend. I'm not a sporty ball fan, but we're going to have to talk about, I can say this because I'm sitting in Tennessee right now. I can say this, that people in Tennessee are so goddamn dumb. They tore down the goalposts in their stadium. And then the football team has had to tweet out, hey guys, it turns out we need those goalposts to play football next week. Because they can't, maybe I'm burying the lead here. They threw the goalposts in the river. The team is now trying to raise money to replace the goalposts that their fans threw in the river. Plus, we have the Mississippi State Police just brutally tackling a van that rushed the field in the Ole Miss game yesterday. And a good chunk of the United States is set to see record low temperatures in the next few days. So, good luck with that. All that and more tonight on the Troll Patrol Live. Thank you guys for being here. I'm not high enough for this ship. Living in a van down by the river. Is it? Is it autumn in Massachusetts right now, or is it already winter? Autumn was like 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? You could be breaking out the winter coat. Oh my God. Don't make I know the words to that song, going down to the river to pray. Oh my God, I'm fucking I was dating a girl that was in a choir that sang that one time. Oh, yeah. The used diaper? No, hold on. I gotta go check what your name is so I don't fuck it up. The used diaper is not a good screen name. Nope, it says the used diaper. I was correct the first time. My eyes were not deceiving me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Come on, man. Come on.
Come on, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not high enough for this shit. I'm not high enough for this shit. I need another rip. You fuckers kill me. That pumpkin, the fire on the pumpkin, it was fucked up the last 2 times we've been doing this show, and it was like making my eye twitch. I'm like, oh my God. And I think what it was that I don't have the original file anymore, and like it had put like a transparency under the fire, and it looked really stupid. You guys probably didn't even notice it, but it was making my eye twitch during the show. Now I have replaced the fire in the pumpkin, and it looks a hell of a lot better. I don't know if I told you guys, a redesign of the show is coming. We're ditching the Facebook looking format. I've already got it in mind. Now when is it coming? I don't know. Might not launch until 420 when we do the 3-year Troll Patrol anniversary episode. But you guys probably came for the news, so I should probably do that. Starting off tonight, let's go to the once again me with my rainbow colored graphics and my troll head. We're gonna do some serious fucking news. Oh, thanks, Mansoor. It's not, oh, you're talking about me. Well, in terms of a haircut, when Trump is arrested, I have to shave my head. That's a promise I've already made. A curb stomp on the Spanish announce table. Lock, good evening. Use diaper, thank you. Making it rain up in here. My balls haven't been shaved in a while. I actually need to do that. They itch. Use diaper coming in. You're my favorite person here tonight. Damn, hell yeah. That is the way you kick authority in the balls, my friend.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
By supporting independent media. Okay, here's the thing. I guess we'll go back to the meme here while I yak. I closed it out completely. If I ever do, other than the commercials that, fucking YouTube inserts, Twitch inserts and shit, if I ever do commercials, like, I'm not gonna be, because I've already been offered, HelloFresh and Quip and shit. Cicero! God damn! You guys are awesome. That Ninetales, so glad to see you. If I ever do a sponsorship, I'm like going to offer it to like my friends and their shit. Sassy, goddamn! I love you guys. Thank you so much. You guys you like the GIF. You really like the GIF of Will Ferrell and shit. Hell yeah. The the dude that hosted SNL last week, he like had a video of Mandy, good evening. The dude that hosted SNL last week had a video of him from the 90s doing that skit, the Sherry O'Terry, Will Ferrell. Goddamn sassy. Live in sexual anarchy.
You live in sexual anarchy?
And I thought that was super cool that he had, for when he was a kid, he was doing the SNL skit. Also, I had somebody comment on my YouTube one time. Like, there was a Candace Owens had been depicted on SNL or something. We covered it here on the show. And some chud goes to my YouTube and was like, I bet you don't even watch Saturday Night Live. I, like, haven't missed an episode since, like, 96, 95, since I was, like, 12. And it's, like, it's just kind of a ritual at this point. Now, I don't watch it live. I watch it, like, on Hulu the next day. I have not watched last night's. Matter of fact, I just watched last week's last night. And then the new one wasn't on yet, but it was Megan Thee Stallion, and I'm totally going to watch that one, like, probably tonight. Because I like Megan Thee Stallion an awful lot. What band are we talking about, Drake? I forgot. I'm on SNL now. Oh, and fucking that was somebody in the band on yeah, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. It's like a tradition since I was a kid. That I watch SNL, and it has its ups and downs, and like I really enjoy this year seeing new comedians. Like a lot of people left. You know, A.D. Bryant left, Kate McKinnon left. So like oh my god, they're non-binary, and Melissa is their name, I think. I need to look her up. Use Diber, thank you for the sub. Also, I'm gonna change that GIF. I've thought about that, and I don't want anybody to be like misgendered. I like the idea of depicting somebody being a sub in the GIF. No, not Melissa McCarthy. This is a completely fresh face, and their skit. They did a skit. Not last night's, but the night or the Saturday before. And like it's all the new cast members talking about like their experience on their first week at SNL. And God, what I'm gonna have to find out their name. Molly's their name. Molly Kearney. So it cuts to Molly, and they're explaining how Lauren took them aside and told them that they had to kill Vladimir Putin. So then, like, the whole skit is just going back to them describing, like, going to a CIA black site and getting armed. Like they're in South America with Lauren's evil cousin or some shit. And it was all... Melissa Villasenor is amazing. I love her, but she's been on the show for like 3 or 4 years now. Sarah with the mullet is hilarious too. But Molly Kearney. And it gets to the end, and like Lauren calls them a her. And Molly corrects it and is like, but this doesn't seem to be the time to be correcting, or I just let it slide because this doesn't seem to be the time to correct that. And I died. I fucking died. I just butchered that fucking skit. You should totally go watch the SNL. They did it a lot better than I described it. Yeah, I should stick to doing the news like I'm somewhat good at. We're going to be talking about the Evan prison fire, several dead after a fire at Iran's notorious detention center. Yeah, I'm sorry, Drake. I'm so sorry. Spoiler alert, and I didn't even alert you. So this is video of the fire. This happened like 2 nights ago. Gunshots and sirens could be heard. This is possibly part of the protest. Political dissidents are sent to this prison. Family members of the prisoners went to the scene, and roads to the prison were reportedly blocked. Outside of the prison, chanting could be heard, saying, "Death to the dictator." So this could very well be part of the uprising. This appears to show objects being fired into the prison from outside. Iranian state media has said the fire has been brought under control. So sources inside the prison, which is known for housing political prisoners, have told BBC Persian the number of casualties is higher than the 4 who have died and 61 injured that have been reported. Video shared online showed flames and smoke at the site in Tehran, and gunshots and explosions could be heard. The fire followed weeks of anti-government protests across Iran. Hundreds of those taking part in protests have been sent to Evan prison. It is not known whether the situation at the jail is linked to the demonstrations. The protest first erupted last month after the death of 22-year-old Kurdish Iranian Mahsa Amini in police custody. Officials said she died of a heart attack, but her family disputed this, saying she was beaten by the mortality police. A similar incident occurred about a week and some change ago. A second young lady The morality police came for Justin FREAKIN, apparently. Am I back? I don't know. I might have to go to an older version of OBS because this one has been acting shit. This one has been acting like shit. Listen, we are never going off the air. We are going to continue to kick authority in the balls.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
I don't know. I just looked over and everything was froze. I have no clue when you guys left me. But we're going to continue to kick authority in the balls. I'll pack another bong, get a little more high. I hate it when this shit happens because it fucks everything. Kralio, also good evening. I didn't say good evening to you earlier. People sneak in here. And I appreciate the props for the truck nuts. I wanted to be perfectly clear. Ida, good evening. Well, by the time I finally got to the news, we did like 2 minutes of news and then fucking shit froze. So you didn't miss any like of the actual content. I had just been bullshitting. Now I'm kind of letting everybody get back in here, and I'm gonna get high, and then we'll go back to the news. We were covering the fire at the Iranian prison, where they hold political dissidents. We were talking about the 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. Oh, thank you for liking the YouTube stream. I greatly appreciate it. It is weird. Like, I need to cater to YouTube more because I might be more popular on YouTube. Possibly, I don't know. Usually there are more people watching live on Twitch, but overall, like, more views on YouTube. I personally, well, like, I don't watch a lot of things live, so I watch on replay on YouTube. Thank you, Warlord, for your downvotes. Your downvotes are just as good as upvotes. Well, I've been trying to hit you with all kinds of shorts, and I've retooled the freaking news to be more digestible by the TikTok and shorts audience. And whatever I've done is working, because I've gained like fucking 25 followers on TikTok. Which if you go look at my followers, I've only got 44, and yes, I've gained like 25 in the last few days. Because I didn't have any followers before. What I was doing wasn't working. I've retooled everything to where it's more digestible. Oh, you deleted bots from my comments? Well, thank you. YouTube actually does a really good job of filtering out. Usually is like sex sites and shit. You get some Bitcoin stuff in there too. Ninetales over here doing some work. Hey, you want to co-host with me this Friday? I don't have a co-host Friday. I should have probably reached out to you on Discord and asked you that, but you know, YouTube is weird. It does show me some shit, and it doesn't show me other shit. Hell yeah, I'll hit you up on Discord here in the next day or two. I'll make us some cool. I thought I had somebody this week. I don't. It's Media Winch next week. She specifically wanted to do the Halloween episode of the Friday Night Freak Show. This coming Friday, Ninetales Cosmic Fox. The next Friday, the Media Winch. She reserved the Halloween episode back in like August. she was like, I want to do the one before Halloween. Okay. We can totally do that. I think she wants to be on more than one of it. Like, I've been doing a really good job of trying to get a lot of different people on. And I got some surprises for you guys. Especially come after the election. I'm trying to let some things die down. I might have a shocker of a guest co-host for the Friday Night Freak Show for after the election time. If things work out. Also, I've left Jackson Hinkle alone. I'm gonna get back on trying to get on Jackson Hinkle's show. Oh my god, sitting cow! If I could get Matt Walsh, I would have him on. I'd be like, let's put politics aside. Let's watch stupid fucking videos and make fun of shit. Come on, Matt Walsh, are you down? Are you down? But now, for those of you who don't know, I have applied to work at the Daily Wire multiple times, and they have turned me down. And here's the thing is, I have shown them that Matt Walsh has said that I'm a formidable voice in the culture.
Justin FREAKIN, the formidable voice in the culture.
And I love the fact that he fucks my name up. That he's like, Justin FREAKIN. I love that he fucks it up. That makes me so happy. Oh shit. But every time I've applied to work at the Daily Wire, I've put Matt Walsh called me a formidable voice in the culture, and I linked him to my YouTube trailer where he says it. The very first clip. And then I said, CEO Jeremy Boring tweeted me out and said, I love the internet, when I made fun of his stupid ass razors. So I'm like, I don't know why you guys haven't. I've been endorsed by your CEO and one of your stars. Why won't you hire me, Daily Wire? Come on. And I wasn't applying to be a talk show host or anything. I was applying to be an editor. And in case you guys don't, like, I'm a badass fucking video editor. That's why my shit looks so good. How I come up with this shit like right here.
I was on crack.
Right, right. Well,
So I don't know why the Daily Wire wouldn't hire me. I'm willing to put politics aside and come to work for you guys. I think it's cancel culture that the Daily Wire won't hire me because of my politics. We'll see who cancels who, you woke moralists.
up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
We'll see who cancels whom. I don't know. I'm from Appalachia. I don't claim to have good grammar. Why am I blaming it on being from Appalachia? Sorry, I apologize. We'll see who cancels whom. Another teenage girl dead at the hands of Iran's security forces, according to reports. Allegations that 16-year-old Serena Esmeralda, I might be butchering the pronunciation, was beaten to death at a protest to follow the news of a similar death of 17-year-old Nika Shakarami. Reports are emerging of the death of another teenage girl at the hands of security forces in Iran as protests sparked by the death of Masha Amini looked set to enter their third week. We're now this was the 7th, so we're entering the 5th week now. Or 4th week. I can't math. Citing a primary, I can't math, I can't English. I'm a product of the United States school system. Citing a primary source, a statement by Amnesty International also claimed that Esmeralda's family had been subjected to intense harassment to coerce them into silence. These were claims denied by Iranian officials. Today, as news of Esmeralda's death spread on social media, Iran's ISNA news agency reported that the Chief Justice of Al-Borz province said that a preliminary investigation had shown that the teenager's death was suicide after she jumped from the roof of a 5-story balcony or a 5-story building, and that Esmeralda had a history of mental health problems. Sounds familiar to shit they've done in the past. Go from Iran to the UK. This is just a rumor. I believe they are citing reports from the Daily Mail here at Yahoo Finance. So this is a rumor. This is like one of those unnamed sources things. British lawmakers will try to oust Prime Minister Liz Truss this week, despite Downing Street's warning that it could trigger a general election. This is according to the Daily Mail. More than 100 members of Parliament belonging to the governing Conservative Party are ready to submit letters of no confidence in Truss to Graham Brady, the head of the Conservative Party's committee, which organizes the leadership contest, the tabloid reported, quoting unnamed sources. This is 40 days. She has been Prime Minister for 40 days. Britain, engulfed in a political crisis, has lost 3 prime ministers since it voted to leave the European Union in 2016. The MPs will urge Brady to tell Truss that her time is up or to change the political party rules to allow an immediate vote of confidence in her leadership. Graham is said to be resisting the move, arguing that the Truss, along with newly appointed Chancellor Jeremy Hunt, deserve a chance to set out economic strategy in a budget on October 31st. Separately, the Times reported that some lawmakers have held secret discussions on replacing Truss with a new leader. They just held a vote. Truss, who won the Conservative Party leadership last month after promising to slash taxes, is fighting for her political survival after ditching key parts of the program. The chaos has fueled discontent in the party, which is falling behind the opposition Labour Party in opinion polls. Also, Al Jazeera did a fantastic documentary on how a very conservative sect of the Labour Party sank the Corbyn movement. It is quite good. I highly recommend it. It is available on YouTube. If you missed us covering this on the Friday Night Freak Show, this is the current live shot of the head of lettuce put up by the Daily Star. Looks like the lettuce is sleeping. They're having a disco party, yet the lettuce has its nightcap on and its eye covering. The Daily Star has this live stream. I assure you, I've seen it. There's a head of lettuce under that nightcap there. They are seeing if Liz Truss can outlast this lettuce. Now, if Liz Truss does not last the week, she's probably not going to outlast that lettuce. But I do not know what temperature that room is being kept at. I don't know if it is a crisp 60 degrees in that room. That lettuce will last longer than it would in, say, a 74 degree room, where the lettuce might be likely to wilt in 4 or 5 days as opposed to a week and a half at a 60 degree room. Good evening, Media Winch. I was just talking about you and how you're my special guest co-host a week from this coming Friday for the Halloween episode of the Friday Night Freak Show. Oh my god, no. How many GOP candidates are we going to have to talk about killing puppies? I'm not down with it, but we will be talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and her debate. I'm sorry, because we lost the stream, I have no clue how the commercials are working, so I apologize, Twitch. You're just going to have to deal with it. But it's only 3 minutes of commercials an hour. There'd be a hell of a lot more commercials if I was on, like, regular radio. There would be, like, 22 minutes of commercials in an hour part, so enjoy that it's only 3 minutes an hour on Twitch. We go over to China, where they have started their first, they have opened their newest party conference. This is President Xi Jinping. China's leader Xi Jinping is expected to break with tradition and award himself a third 5-year term as the General Secretary of China. Look at him sip that fucking tea. Xi has called for faster military development and announced no change in policies that have strained relations with the U.S. and other nations. This is the AP reporting. He also reaffirmed that China will not rule out using force to bring the self-governing island of Taiwan under its control. Resolving the Taiwan issue is a matter for the Chinese, a matter that must be resolved by us, Chinese people. We will continue to strive for a peaceful reunification with the greatest sincerity and utmost effort. But we will never promise to renounce the use of force, and we reserve the option of taking all measures necessary. So that was a direct quote from Winnie the Pooh. As far as I know, it was an accurate translation. With Xi expected to remain, little change is foreseen in China's economic... Hold on. economic and foreign policies, as well as in his hardline approach to COVID-19. We're going to be talking about COVID-19. I hate to be the bearer of bad news here on this Sunday evening, but I gotta lay this one on you. The nightmare COVID variant that beats our immunity is finally here. A new subvariant of the novel coronavirus called XBB dramatically announced itself earlier this week in Singapore. New COVID cases more than doubled in a day, from 4,700 on Monday to 11,700 on Tuesday, and XBB is almost certainly why. The same subvariant just appeared in Hong Kong too. A highly mutated descendant of the Omicron variant of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that drove a record wave of infections starting around a year ago. XBB in many ways is the worst form of the virus so far. It's more contagious than any previous variant or subvariant. It also evades the antibodies from monoclonal therapies, potentially rendering a whole category of drugs ineffective as COVID treatments. It is likely the most immune evasive and possesses problems for current monoclonal antibody-based treatments and prevention strategy. Amesh Adalaj, a public health expert at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, told the Daily Beast in reference to XBB. That's the bad news. The good news is that the new bivalent vaccine boosters from Pfizer and Moderna seem to work just fine against XBB, even though the original vaccines are less effective against XBB. So the new vaccines are available currently. Go get it. They won't prevent all infections and reinfections, but they should significantly reduce the chance of severe infection, potentially leading to hospitalization or death. Even with immune-evasive variants, vaccine protection against what matters most, severe disease, remains intact. Just for reference, this is the waves of the 1918-1919 pandemic. You see, like, this is the first wave, and then there's a lull, and then there's the second wave, and then a third wave. This is over 2 years, though. We're past the 2-year mark. Of course, nothing is going to map exactly. This is your COVID waves, where we are currently. Are we mapping on to this third wave here? I don't want to. I'm amused by what Lord Locke said, but I don't want to say it because one time I got a YouTube strike for trying to stick a fork to my head. So I just want to point that out. More people have died of COVID in the United States than of the 1918 flu. I don't like to call it the Spanish flu because it actually originated in Kansas, apparently. Move on to some political news, shall we? Remember the Durham investigation? The investigation into how the Russian investigation started. Remember Rob Noer yelling at me about that shit? Back then, they thought it originated in Spain. They weren't able to trace the virus back the way that we are now. They thought like it came, I don't know the full story, but they thought like it came over in some kind of shipment from Spain or some shit. I believe. Somebody look that up. Warlord, are you here? Producer Warlord, do your job. Find that out for us. The judge on Friday tossed out one of 5 counts against a think tank analyst charged with lying to the FBI about his role in the creation of a flawed dossier about former President Donald Trump. The remaining 4 counts against Igor Danchenko will go to a jury on Monday after prosecutors and the defense rested their case on Friday. But Judge Anthony Tringa reserves the right to toss out the other 4 counts regardless of what the jury decides. In the count that was tossed out, prosecutors alleged that Danchenko lied to the FBI when he told an agent that he never talked with a Democratic operative named Charles Dolan about the information in the dossier. As it turned out, there was evidence that Dolan and Danchenko had discussed the information over email. Defense attorneys argued that Danchenko's response was literally true because they did not talk orally. The question the FBI agent asked specifically referenced talking. Tringa agreed, and he said that accepting the prosecution's argument that the question had a broader context than mere talking would result in divorcing words from their common meaning. Danchenko is being prosecuted by special counsel John Durham, who was appointed by then Attorney General William Barr to investigate any misconduct in the FBI's investigation of the Trump campaign and its alleged ties to Russia. This was all they were able to come up with, was this prosecution for this dude supposedly lying to the FBI, and it has fallen apart. It has fallen apart at trial. Testimony this week at trial has highlighted Durham's difficulty in proving his allegations. 2 key witnesses for the prosecution ended up providing testimony that was highly favorable to Danchenko, resulting in the unusual spectacle of Durham seeking to eviscerate the credibility of his own witness. The remaining counts that will go forward, prosecutors argue that Danchenko fabricated interactions with a supposed source named Sergei Milan, who was a former president of the Russian-American Chamber of Commerce. Defense lawyers say Danchenko received an anonymous call from a person he believed to be Milan, and that Danchenko was forthright from the beginning with the FBI that while he suspected the call came from Milan, he was not certain. This is all just he said, she said fucking bullshit. Durham's got fucking nothing. I wish these people could feel embarrassment. But over on Fox, what are they talking about? The FBI is giving an illusion that domestic terrorists spiked since January 6th. I don't know that that's true. I don't know what he is alluding to, that the FBI is giving the illusion that domestic terror spiked since January. I don't even know what he's referring to. I know that the FBI has been warning about right-wing domestic terror for well over 15 years now. So please take it away, Dan Bongino.
We're back with the Fox News Alert. An FBI whistleblower tells all. Folks, this show, we back law enforcement. Me personally, I was law enforcement. But we back law enforcement.
As if we had enough reasons to hate you.
And things happen at the top of agencies.
As if we didn't have enough reasons to hate you.
And our partisan politics, and we're going to call it out. Because it distracts from the missions and is potentially unlawful and is unquestionably immoral. A few weeks back, we had FBI agent Kyle Seraphin on the show with some stunning revelations exposing some of the Bureau's political bias. Now, more patriots and whistleblowers are coming forward to share their stories about some of the things going on in the FBI.
So it's more conservatives acting like their feelings have been hurt. Oh, I'm being discriminated against.
Steve, thanks a lot for your time. We really appreciate you coming out. What did you see at the FBI that crossed the line?
I really don't want to judge somebody by their looks, but this dude's eyes are freaking me out.
What did you see at the FBI that crossed the line for you where you decided you were going to blow the whistle?
What?
The rules were not being followed as they are laid out in our guidance for carrying out investigations. After some time looking at these cases, raised a level of my concern that I wanted to express my worries with my supervisor, and made that protected disclosure to him last August, just prior to some arrest and search operations that were going to be going on with the January 6th subjects that were in our area of responsibility. As it pertained to January 6th, a decision was made that the field offices around the country were going to be handling each subject that resided in their area. At that point, responsibility for pursuing that investigation should have rested with the field office and with the agents and task force officers who worked in those offices to carry out the investigation. Unfortunately and unusually, the Washington task force was giving directives out to the field on crucial components of the cases and ultimately deciding on whether or not charges should be brought against individuals for participating in the January 6th incident.
Steve, do you think that was motivated by politics or some investigative need for this specific case?
When he says the Washington field, like he's making it sound like just another bureau, but like he's talking about like the main office of the FBI. He's talking about like his superiors, correct? That I would assume that's standard operating procedure.
I asked and was told by supervisors that when they inquired about it, that they were told it was to get quote-unquote buy-in from the field. That is not a term that I was familiar with. I can only speculate about motivations. I just know that the end result of that is a flattening of a high number of cases of rioting and potential domestic terrorist investigations from one incident in January 6, 2021 in one location. Those were spread around the country and gave deceptive statistical figures on an appearance that domestic terrorism was in fact a widespread national issue as opposed to a one-off incident.
If I can sum up on that portion of it, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you were to spread these cases, although the cases clearly happened at the Capitol on January 6th, should have been either a Washington field office case or right there, they were spread across the country, given different case numbers, which would make the number of, quote, domestic terrorism incidents look larger than they were if you were to classify it as such, January 6th?
Yes, the bottom line number wasn't going to be changed no matter what, but by spreading the numbers around, I typically use the analogy of looking at police officers' deaths in the line of duty. Anybody who has any statistician background knows that 2001, the 9/11 attacks in New York City resulted in some deaths of NYPD police officers. That caused a nationwide number for the year to spike, but that didn't indicate any particular uptick in violence against police officers. So similarly, by spreading the investigations and arrests around the country, the bottom line number for the domestic terror investigations for the particular year or for, at this point, 2 years, hasn't been.
This is absolutely insane. So the FBI is investigating a crime that occurred in Washington, D.C. That's where the crime occurred. And they are sending orders to field offices to arrest people that live in different states around the country. Which seems perfectly reasonable. And this dude is saying the FBI is doing this on purpose in order to cook the books in terms of a number of terrorism incidents. This makes absolutely no sense. I mean, I'm sure the people that watch Fox News are all upset, like, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. But what he's actually claiming makes no sense whatsoever.
And change, but it's given the illusion that there's an ongoing domestic violence, domestic terrorism violence problem that is going on.
There is, and the FBI has been warning about it for years.
You clearly had some very legitimate concerns about this unusual handling of the January 6th case. Did they entertain your concerns? What happened?
I made my initial disclosure to my immediate supervisor. After a few days, a weekend in there, spoke to the next level supervisors, ultimately spoke to the special agent in charge of my field office in Jacksonville, expressed all those concerns to them. I was initially put as AWOL for 1 day And that was during the arrests that took place for the January 6th investigations that were going on. And then ultimately, I was suspended without pay approximately a month ago.
Your wife, ironically, was brought into this as well. Apparently, she was censored on Facebook. Did I hear that correctly? Again, your wife.
Oh my God!
She was censored on Facebook for putting some of this information out there.
What's up, Simp? Good evening.
Censored for sharing a direct message with an individual. My wife, not an agent, she's actually an immigrant to this country from Ukraine. Her Facebook account is private. It does not actually have her name displayed on there in English. She only uses the account to send direct messages and to look at family pictures. My wife sent her a direct message identifying herself as Steve Friend's wife. And within 30 minutes of having sent that direct private message, her Facebook account was suspended for violating the terms of use. It was a suspension, and then the following day, it was permanently shut down.
Regarding the Christopher Steele case, I know that's not specifically what we were addressing earlier in the interview, but
oh my God! And now they're going to talk about Christopher Steele.
Case, it's being investigated now. Without getting into the weeds on
No, the Durham investigation is over. It is completely fallen apart. One fucking prosecution, and it ain't even going to happen. We're going to find out what happens this week. The jury is probably going to go, or the judge is going to toss it out.
It's clear at this point that the FBI was paying multiple sources, and at least some agents went in front of a magistrate, which I've done myself as a former federal agent, and swore out to things they swore were true, which weren't. You know, if we're going to have a FISA court, Steve, that's non-adversarial, in other words, there's no defense attorney in there, then it's imperative that we have people with honor and dignity who swear that what they're saying is true. I don't even think a FISA court's a good idea.
This dude is probably a psychopath. Look at him.
This is a big problem at the FBI.
I hate to just judge somebody by the way they look. I think both these fucks are psychopaths.
It's a serious allegation. You're right that I really don't have any direct knowledge, but I can tell you that I am happy that this has come to the public's awareness, similar to my complaint. And if it does bear out to be something that's accurate,
not high enough for this shit.
I think it indicates a pattern in the FBI's behavior that it's willing to operate outside its rules for carrying out proper investigations, which is what I expressed in my whistleblower complaint.
I got to imagine there are more people out there that are looking to come forward to try to clean the agency up.
Like, this is political. This is...
I think so. I think that I've received a lot of outreach.
Cabal inside of the FBI being hyper political.
Current agents.
Fuck you, Dan Bongino. And your FBI whistleblower. Move on to the 2022 midterm elections. The senator from Ohio, Sherrod Brown, was on the, Meet the Press this morning with, I don't even know who hosts it anymore. Not gonna lie, glad he lost his job. They are indeed cleaning up the FBI by firing that dude. Virtual Wrong, my friend, good evening. Now, tomorrow night, we're going to be watching the second J.D. Vance, Tim Ryan debate in Ohio. We're probably going to be watching that on replay. I think it's going on at the same time as the Georgia governor's race. We'll watch that live and then watch the Ohio Senate debate on replay. This is the other senator from Ohio, Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who is an amazing senator, one of the best you could possibly get from Ohio, but a good fucking senator overall.
23 days until midterms and an election denier up for a Senate bid in Ohio. Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown from Ohio joins me now. Senator, it is always great to see you. Thank you for joining us. You've been in office for some time.
I was wrong. This isn't Meet the Press. It's not fucking Tim Russert. No, Tim Russert's dead, isn't he? It's not whoever the hell is hosting it now. It's Ali Velshi over on MSNBC. Better.
You've watched firsthand how America's political climate has changed. How worried are you right now?
Tim Russert's a good guy. He was a good guy.
Extremism, this election denialism, these basic attacks on democracy.
Well, of course, we're all worried, and it's a difficult time for our country. I mean, we know that a third of the country, and probably a little higher percentage of my state still is not sure or denies that Joe Biden should be president or is president. And that's really troubling when we have, a Republican Party in Ohio, those that aren't elected. You did something on the Secretary of State. He isn't a per se election denier, but he certainly played to them. They all play to the Trump right-wing base. They all play to election deniers. They all play to climate change deniers. They all question democracy, even though they've won virtually almost everything in my state over the last decade. So it's a troubling time. That's why we fight back. That's why we're going to have a better year this year, because most Ohioans don't buy into this and most Americans don't buy into this.
So let's talk about the Secretary of State question. You actually were the Secretary of State once. No, but I don't remember an election before this where we've talked about secretaries of state, where anybody pays particular attention. You probably put the mark next to whomever is a member of the party that you are otherwise voting for. What do voters in Ohio need to understand about the threat of maybe not an election denier, but an election denier footsie player overseeing elections? Because this is happening across America. There are various flavors and textures of it.
They're just a footsie player. They don't live in election denial anarchy.
You live in sexual
as you
anarchy.
say, flirt with it a little bit.
Now, think back. When I was Secretary of State,
whomever.
One of the things we did was, I heard you talk about McDonald's earlier, that you like fast food. We got McDonald's Corporation, when I was Secretary of State, to print 1 million tray liners, those little pieces of paper on, on the bottom of your tray.
I know tray liners
There were voter registration forms. We got tens of thousands of people registered. And with ketchup stains, mustard stains, we accepted them. Bob Evans also did it, the restaurant chain headquartered in Ohio. Then there was
Seismic. Good evening.
Conservative Republicans.
Let's chief.
Way to encourage people to get involved. That is so far from where the national Republican, the Trump Republicans are, the Ohio Republicans are.
If you were new here, like Fuzzy Simba, thank you for being a freaking follower. If you're new here, I can sum up my political beliefs with one phrase. I would give anything to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye pussy. I'm Justin Freakin. I do a nightly rundown of the news. Don't let the troll head fool you. We do hard news around here. We talk about the issues. We really get down to it.
And they, in fact, have continued to pass legislation to make it a little bit harder to register and vote, a little bit harder to cast ballots in Ohio, even though they're winning.
Echoplex is good people. Media Winch is lurking in here somewhere.
Nan Whaley for governor, and the importance of Tim Ryan for Senate, and a number of these House races, Sykes and Landsman and Capter, that are contested in Ohio because, we are a 12-4 Republican House delegation in Ohio because...
The hardest news, the absolute. When I did the Patriot Patrol on April Fools, I called myself the hardest right man in news. Live in sexual anarchy.
You live in sexual anarchy.
I'm a pod bestie. I was like, that sounds dirty.
Because they game the system, because they rig the election systems in the sense
weirdos
of
getting jacked on the news over here.
There's no question about that. We fight back, but the statewide we can win this year.
High enough for this shit
because voters are catching on to this Trump rig the election system, climate deniers, election deniers.
You ran for president, and a lot of people. You've been involved in that presidential race, and a lot of people like you for your moderate views. The Senate race in your state is unique. Your colleague, Senator Rob Portman, is stepping down. And in a statement in January of last year, Portman cited the hyper-partisanship that you and I are talking about. He said, quote, "This is a tough time to be in public service. I don't think any Senate office..."
And once again, that is a Republican seat. That would be a pickup for Democrats. They are within 1 point. That's J.D. Vance and Tim Ryan. We're going to be watching that debate tomorrow night here on the Troll Patrol. They're within 1 percentage point of each other. Tim Ryan, J.D. Vance in the Ohio Senate race. That would be a pickup for Democrats. I'm still predicting the Dems pick up 2 or 3 seats in the Senate. I think Ohio is one of the ones they're going to pull out. I'm really hoping they pull out Wisconsin, but somehow the more Ron Johnson looks bad, the better he polls. It's the craziest goddamn thing. He was laughed out of the debate the other night. Herschel Walker pulled a Junior G-Man badge out. That was insane.
Office has been more successful in getting things done, but honestly, it has gotten harder and harder to break through partisan gridlock and make progress on substantive policy that has contributed.
Brown is an ally. Brown is a good senator.
You're a substantive policy guy. It becomes very hard today to have discussions about substantive policy because of this, right? Because of all the noise of election denialism, because of the noise of extremism. Tell me how you evaluate this whole thing. I mean, I think you generally liked working with Rob Portman. He was certainly one of the last Republicans, senators, to still agree to come on our shows.
Yeah, the politics isn't, I don't see politics as liberal, conservative, left or right. I see it as whose side are you on? And it's so clear that Tim Ryan is on the side of workers. I talk often about, from Dr. King's words and Pope Leo XIII's words, dignity of work. And no matter.
Tim Ryan did a really good job in the debate the other day.
Or work in an office or work on salary, whatever, the dignity of work really should transcend all of this. And you know, there are, I mean, you still can get things done in the Senate. And I will be able for sure to work with Tim Ryan. J.D. Vance, I'll do what I have to do if he wins. But
maybe you can get some bloated fucking corporate giveaways through the Senate. That's about all you can get through the Senate. Perhaps if we have 52, 53 senators, we'll be able to get something through the Senate. If the Republicans take the House, that's unfortunate. But at least we'll be able to get judges through, and we'll be able to get some decent judges through because there's 52, 53 votes.
But I think Tim Ryan's going to win this race. But someone said this to me, that a former Republican congressman said, Donald Trump.
My three pickups are Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. I think the Dems win all three of those races. Those are three pickups. North Carolina's a possibility. Florida's a possibility. Those would both be pickups for Democrats. Now, possible losses for Democrats are Colorado, New Hampshire, and Nevada. I don't think Mark Kelly is in any danger in Arizona. I would like to think that Raphael Warnock's not in any danger in Georgia. I would like to think that, but apparently Herschel Walker had his best fundraising day the day it came out about the abortion allegations. So, god damn. I think Walker looked like an absolute fool during the debate on Friday night. So that's the Senate rundown.
Trump wasn't an outlier in the Republican Party. He was an accelerant. In other words, Trump just got Republicans to get to where Marjorie Taylor Greene and those people in the party are getting. I mean, that movement has been there. There are some exceptions, but very.
Hell yeah, I'm glad to hear that, Fuzzy Simba.
After their name has stood up to this president and said this is wrong, they're all afraid. Even senators who are retiring are still not doing that by and large. Shelby and Inhofe and Toomey a little differently maybe, but so much of this is on Republican extremism, and that they simply are not willing to acknowledge, to stand up to this president about climate change, about election denial, all of those kinds of things, and that's why we need a big.
Is it a 10-point lead? Hell yeah! We're gonna
people and those views.
O'Day, Joe O'Day was actually on one of the morning shows. We're going to hear from him here in just a little bit. I got a couple more I want to play before that. Go to Evan McMullen in Utah. So, as I talked about earlier, this wouldn't be a pickup for Democrats, but it could quite possibly be a loss for Republicans. Evan McMullen is running as an independent. He polls very well in Utah. He is trying to take out Mike Lee, who was a horrendous senator. So this is one to watch.
Mullen joins me now, and for what it's worth, we invited Senator Lee on the program as well, but he declined to appear for this Sunday. We hope to ask him again. Mr. McMullen, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good to be with you, Chuck.
Let me start with what we heard from your opponent this week. Let me play what Senator Lee said on Fox News with Tucker Carlson.
I'm asking him right here again tonight, right now. Mitt, if you'd like to protect the Republican majority, give us any chance of seizing the Republican majority once again, getting it away from the Democrats who are facilitating this massive spending spree and a massive inflationary binge. Please get on board. Help me win re-election. Help us do that.
Have you spoken to Senator Romney about his neutrality, and do you expect him to stay neutral in this race?
Well, I haven't spoken to him about it, but I deeply respect Senator Romney's leadership in the Senate for Utah.
I don't know why.
And I respect and appreciate his decision to stay out of this race. And that's about all I can say. I don't know what his decision will be going forward, but yes, I would expect him to stick with the decision that he's made. But I haven't spoken with him about it.
Senator Lee is implying essentially that a vote for you is a vote for the Democrats to keep their majority. Is he right?
Look, no, because I am running as an independent. And look, I'm building a coalition of Republicans, Democrats, independents, and members of third parties to better represent Utah and to help lead our country forward. And I'm not going to Washington to join a party or to caucus or to play the party power game. I'm going to represent our coalition, and that's a commitment that I've made to our coalition, that I'll maintain my independence.
That's exactly right, Virtual Ron. Taking Lee out would be nice.
You're in the Senate. You will not join either party's caucus, giving them officially your vote.
No, Chuck, I will not. I will maintain my independence.
That's cool.
I will not caucus with either side. And by the way, Chuck, I think that this will give Utah added value of influence in the Senate that it just doesn't have. Certainly we have in Senator Romney someone who has gotten a lot done for our state and our country, working across party lines to get things done.
Yeah.
With Senator Lee, we get none of that. He sits on his hands and
he'll keep his caucus to himself. That's all we can ask for.
Our country on cable news, and I'm just not going to do that. I think that we've seen well enough over the past year or two, especially, that the senators in the chamber who are willing to act with greater independence, serving their constituents, standing up to party bosses, standing up to extremist factions and special interest groups, they have the most influence in the chamber. They're more influential, I think, even.
No, that's just the way he looks.
And I want that for Utah, and I know we'll do a great deal of good with it, serving.
That's just the way he looks.
Easily a scenario that could happen where you win.
Do not believe it is stretched at all, actually.
50 Senate, have 50 Senate seats. Democrats have 49. You're the one. And I want to ask you this question. You tweeted this in January of 2021. You said, not only should Mitch McConnell never be majority leader again, he shouldn't be minority leader either. It's time for something new. This eventuality may be in your hands. The scenario I painted may make it where you decide whether Mitch McConnell is majority.
The Democratic Party was encouraging people in Utah
in that scenario
to register as a Republican to vote against Mike Lee.
And let the chips fall where they may and know that Mitch McConnell is going to be majority leader?
Well, look, the parties are going to decide who they choose to lead them. I won't be part of that as an independent. And whatever scenario.
If McMullen doesn't win the race in Utah, he's going to go on to play Brainiac in one of the DC movies.
Chuck, the parties in Washington and others, they're going to have to figure out what this means for them on their own. I'm committed to maintaining my independence. I'm building a cross-partisan coalition. I also believe that our country just needs more independent leaders who will stand up to party bosses of both sides, the special interest groups who own too many of our politicians, and also to the extremist factions that I think have far too much influence in Washington. I'm committed to doing that. I've made a commitment to this coalition that I'll maintain my independence. And as I said, for the parties and the bosses in Washington, they'll have to decide what this means on their own.
A couple of bills I want to ask you about if you were in the Senate. The Inflation Reduction Act. You have said there's some good things in it, there's some things you didn't like. But at the end of the day, you got to vote for, sometimes you got to vote on a compromise. Would you have voted for that legislation or not?
Not as written. There are things I like in it and other things that I didn't. I didn't like the fact that I don't think it did much to actually.
What a dodgy question.
Especially in the short term.
I mean, what a dodgy answer to that question.
Leaders are doing enough on that front. Here in Utah, our inflation rate is worse than in most other states. My family and most others here are being crushed by inflation. And we need leaders and need a Senate who is going to focus on actually delivering more results to lower inflation. I did like the fact that it started to allow Medicare to negotiate on prescription drugs. We pay far more for prescription drugs than we need to in America. That comes as a result of people like my opponent, Senator Lee, taking lots of money from big pharma special interest groups and then preventing taxpayers from...
See, that's a reason to like this guy.
...drugs in a free market. And that's got to end. And again, why I'm running...
If you can get him to work with Democrats on that kind of an issue...
When you were running for president,
yeah.
you had said you wanted to see Roe v. Wade.
Way better than Mike Lee.
Talked on a podcast a couple months ago. Your concern was that the overturn was creating some extreme laws, and you were worried about those. Do you think there needs to be federal legislation that sets some sort of minimum standard? And would you support Lindsey Graham's bill that I guess one would argue is attempting to do that, banning abortion after 15 weeks, but allowing it up till then?
What?
Well, look, for any piece
we
of...
got our eyes on you, though. We know what the 88 means.
I'll give it a close look. But
unless you're like a Dell Jr. fan or some
all
shit.
Of them being introduced.
And you've got no clue what's up.
Have been messaging bills that have either been intended just to make a political point or worse, to divide Americans. Chuck, I'm committed to finding a more constructive way forward on this issue. It's tearing the country apart. Where extreme bills are being passed.
We're born in 80. Yeah, that's possible as well.
Supported, which would
just
not
an unfortunate accident.
The victims of rape or incest, even, for example. I think that's wrong, and we've got to stand up to those extremes. But more importantly, we've got to find a more constructive way forward, and that's about making contraception more available, doing more to support women, children, and families, and improving education on this matter. And that's where I'll focus my time.
And I want to just close one more time. There is no scenario where if you win this Senate seat, you will caucus with the Democrats if it means they would be in the majority.
I will not caucus with Democrats or Republicans. I'm going to maintain my independence because I think our country needs that, and certainly our state needs that.
I don't think it's going to be an issue. I think the Democrats are going to win 2 or 3 seats. If McMullen wins this seat, that's more icing on the cake. Don't need him to caucus with the Democrats at all. But if he'll work with the Democrats on things like health care reform, that's a fucking win. Indeed, the debate between Marcus Flowers and Georgia apparently went off the rails. I tried to... She was apparently obsessed with his hat. I tried to find that clip, but I could not find that exact clip. Let's watch her apparently get real touchy when Marcus Flowers brings up her participation in the January 6th insurrection.
And yes, our law enforcement officials, and every one of them that I've talked to, almost to a person, has said Marjorie Taylor Greene is not who they want representing them. So yes, this campaign is about Marcus Flowers, not MTG. Thank you.
Joshua, it's your turn. I need a rebuttal to that. You cannot accuse me of insurrection. I was a victim of the January 6th riot just as much as any other member of Congress. That was the 3rd day I had on the job. I had nothing to do with what happened there that day, and I will not have you accuse me of that. That is wrong of you to do. You're lying about me, and you will not defame my character.
Damn, that look he is giving her. It's like it is just stone cold, and he's just kind of blinking at her. That is amazing. I follow Marcus Flowers on Facebook and used to on Twitter back before I got banned. I really like the guy, but this is impressing me.
I will not have you accuse me of that. That is wrong of you to do. You're lying about me, and you will not defame my character in that manner.
Did Joe Biden win the election, Congresswoman Greene?
Joe Biden is the president of the United States.
Absolutely, but you pushed a big lie that said he did not win the election.
There was election fraud.
You drove those people to the Capitol on January 6th with your lie.
We're going to move on. Josh Rowe, it's your turn to...
Boom, I like this guy.
Taylor Greene.
We have
Okay.
FOIA evidence of proof of election
me.
fraud that came out.
Excuse me. We're ready to move on to the next
Okay,
question
but
for
he's
you.
not going to accuse me of a crime.
Would you
when
like
I
no
have
election
committed
fraud?
Would you like your question?
Yes, ma'am,
Thank
I
you.
would. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Surely people didn't think she looked good in that exchange. Let's see if Brian Tyler Cohen has posted any more clips. Oh, that's only one. Sorry. I tried to find her talking about his hat. I really wanted to hear her talking about his hat. He's wearing a cowboy hat in a lot of his campaign ads. That's what I'm referring to.
Welcome back.
You're wondering, like, what the fuck hat are you talking about?
3 weeks before Election Day, we're going to focus on...
There was no erection fraud.
You live in sexual anarchy.
2 key midterm races and talk to the candidates on both sides who will help determine how the United States is run. We're going to start in Arizona, where the battle for the governor's mansion is neck and neck. The contest is underway to lead there. It's one of the most critical states in the nation. Both Democratic Secretary of State Katie Hobbs and the Republican nominee, former television broadcaster and fierce...
Oh, we've got them at the same time? Ooh.
...this morning. Ms. Lake, I'm going to start with you, and I want to start on the question that everybody says is their top issue across the country, and that is the economy. Inflation is still near its highest levels in 4 decades. In your capital city of Phoenix, it has the highest inflation in the entire country, 13%. So if you are elected governor, what specifically would you do differently to fix that?
Well, it's a tough issue because it originates, the problem does, out of Washington, D.C., but we still have to help our citizens here in Arizona. And the people who are suffering really the most, I've learned, is the people who are nearing retirement or who are retired. I've talked to so many of them, and they say, Kari, I saved all my life, I did everything right, and my retirement savings has shriveled up a third. I've lost a third of it since Joe Biden took office. And so we're going to help in any way we can. And that's why I unveiled a plan last week to put $500 million back into the hardworking Arizonans' pockets by getting rid of our rental tax and our tax on groceries here in Arizona. And this is not going to harm the cities. The general fund, we're going to help them for the next 5 years with the general fund. And we're going to make sure that they have enough to get by. This is a growing Arizona. People want to move here, and our revenues are going up, and we have a surplus. We need to hand some of that back over to the hardworking people, and we will.
Let's turn to another issue facing your state, and that is the influx of migrants at the southern border. A lot of these individuals are seeking asylum. They are fleeing political violence in countries like Guatemala.
That we caused.
Do you accept that the U.S. has a responsibility to accept those asylum seekers?
Speaking of which, a story that I forgot to put on the list that I meant to cover. Haiti is wanting the U.S.-backed interim government that we set up out of their country. Yeah, there's almost zero chance of Flowers winning other than just like people... If people hate Marjorie Taylor Greene that much locally, if she's fucked people over enough locally. Yeah, Kari Lake is currently ahead of the polls in Arizona, which
really
sucks.
Meet the criteria for asylum. There's a lot of fraudulent asylum claims that are being made. I'm really concerned about the people of Arizona. We've had 5 million people come in, and we've had 1 million of them called gotaways. That means we're not even processing them. They want to avoid capture because they have criminal records. We need to vet people coming into our country. We have a great legal immigration system, a very generous legal immigration system, but we can't afford to take on the world's problems right now when so many Americans are struggling, so many Arizonans are struggling. And I'm really concerned about the number of seizures we've had with fentanyl coming across the border. It is the #1 killer of young people in this country, and it's coming through Arizona. We're no longer going to allow the
I should add a countdown how long it would be until she mentioned fentanyl.
Well, DHS says that less than 1% of migrants encountered at the border have a criminal record. But I want to stick on the question of asylum. Those that do meet the criteria, should they be allowed to stay in this country? And do you think that the what the current governor, Doug Ducey, has done, sending some of the migrants to Washington, D.C., is the right thing to do? Would you continue that practice?
Dana, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that figure you just put out. We have 1 million gotaways. These are people who are intentionally entering this country, mainly through the Tucson sector, and we don't know what their background is. There's a reason they're trying to get in unnoticed. It's because they have a criminal background, and they are coming into this country. We know that they have tracked down terrorists. They've tracked down people wanted for murder. You can go to the Customs and Border Patrol site, and you'll see we've got murderers coming in. We have people with raps, with a rape record, you name it. We've got hardened criminals coming.
Well, let me just tell you that this stat that I just cited comes from the Department of Homeland Security. Less than 1% of migrants. And I know that you're using language like rapists and criminals and so forth. What I was asking about are migrants seeking asylum. But I want to move on to another really important issue, particularly when it comes to
She politely called you racist, ma'am.
And that is what happened in 2020. You called the 2020 election corrupt, stolen, rotten, and rigged. And there was no evidence of any of that presented in a court of law or anywhere else, that any of those things are true. So why do you keep saying that?
Well, there's plenty of evidence. We had 740,000 ballots with no chain of custody. Those ballots shouldn't have been counted. We had election.
Where's the evidence?
It's like a 2,000 mules claim.
Dana, there's plenty of evidence. You can find it. I can.
Watch the Dinesh D'Souza movie.
The media won't cover it. And
we've covered
really
this extensively, and what you just said has been debunked.
Only one side of it. Dana.
Debunked.
The real issue, Dana, is that the people don't trust our elections. They haven't since 2000. I'm a reporter. I've been sitting on your side of the desk for a long time. And since 2000, we have Americans who don't trust our elections. In 2000, in 2004, they didn't trust the elections. In 2016, Kamala Harris, Amy Klobuchar, and Hillary Clinton, everybody on the Democrat side said the election had problems.
Ms. Lake, there definitely has been some of that, but I want to say in 2000, Al Gore conceded.
It's like Al Gore actually won. There was a whole thing with the Supreme Court stopping the count. Like, this is a completely different circumstance.
2004, John Kerry conceded. In 2016, Hillary Clinton conceded, and we didn't see that
he would recede.
In 2020. That's the difference. And so the question is, are you undermining faith in elections by saying that the 2020 election was stolen when there's absolutely no evidence to support that?
Dana, in 2018, Stacey Abrams never conceded. She still hasn't. I don't hear CNN calling her an election denier. We have the right.
That's not true.
Our First Amendment to question our government and to question elections.
No question
and we
about
still
that.
have the First Amendment.
Yep.
We still have the First Amendment. And when you start seeing the media cancel people for questioning their government, then that's when we have a problem.
I totally agree about the First Amendment. You and I are benefiting from the First Amendment as we speak. So I couldn't agree with you more on that. I want to play. I want to play for you something that President Trump's own top.
So we're gonna get them one at a time. We're not actually gonna go back and forth with them, unfortunately.
These are President Trump's top officials at the Justice Department, and they said
coming in hot.
No evidence of
what is up, my friend?
2020. Take a listen.
I made it
like
clear
the wordplay.
I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit.
I said something to the effect of, sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed.
We were in a position to say, our people have already looked at that, and we know that you're getting bad information, that's not correct.
So these are President Trump's own top Justice Department officials. Why not believe them?
I'm looking at what's happening in Maricopa County. And you know what? Let's look at the 2022 election of August 2nd, where 1 hour into Election Day, because of my opponent, Katie Hobbs' incompetence.
That was in the January 6th committee hearing.
1 hour into
it was his
Election Day,
private
one of our
testimony.
largest counties, Pinal County.
That did happen, and the county officials there apologized.
Only Republican ballots.
I'm going to push back on things that didn't happen. That did happen, and the county officials apologized. But I want to ask about
Dana,
the 2020
an
elections.
An apology doesn't bring somebody's vote back. All I'm saying is we need to restore honesty and integrity and transparency to our elections.
But isn't
That is
apologizing doing just that? You're right, it doesn't bring votes back, but at least that is transparent. That is transparent. So if leaders like you and President Trump are saying that the election was stolen, aren't you participating, contributing, even causing the idea of people thinking that the election is not safe and secure?
She is doing somebody has taught her how to do this depth of field lighting, and like that's for a soap opera, not when you're doing an interview on CNN. So it makes her look really weird. You can see the way she pops out from the background. The background is blurred. You can achieve that look a couple different ways. You can do it by like zooming in, which is not the preferred way, or you can do it by adjusting your aperture. But I pointed this out last time. No, I think she's set up with lighting and everything in the that it may be a filter on Zoom that does the background like that. You might be right. I have no clue about Zoom. I mean, I use it to talk to clients from time to time, but like I don't use any of the filters or anything.
No, we are going to make sure our elections are safe.
I think she's definitely got like some
Independents and
lighting
Republicans
on
alike.
her.
We want to know that our legal vote counted. We want to know the winner on
And her
election day.
makeup.
We don't want to be counting for 10 days.
But
and
isn't
we
it-
want everyone to know.
But shouldn't
Jana,
count it?
Jana,
Don't you want your votes to be
I've been on the
counted in
campaign trail.
20?
Jana,
Don't
I've
you
been
want
on
your
the
votes to be
campaign trail.
counted, no matter how long
Yeah,
it
I do.
takes in 2022 in November?
Jana, I've been on the campaign trail for 503 days. I talked to moms and dads who are losing children because of fentanyl poisoning. I talked to retirees who can't afford gas and food. I talked to parents whose children are getting out of high school and can't read. We have serious problems.
I
We have
totally
homeless people
agree.
on our
I totally agree, which
And
is
you
why the
wanna-
election
and
denial.
You want to have me on here, Jana. You want to have me on here and talk 2020 election, and you're the one who
I
accuses
would
me
never
of
bring this up
talking about the
ever
election.
had you not been bringing
Can
this
we
up
talk about
consistently on the
issues?
campaign trail. Let's look forward then.
Can we talk
Will you
about the
accept the
issues
results
facing
of the
Arizona?
election in your election? Will you accept the
Can we
results?
talk about the issues? I came on here thinking we were going to talk about the issues facing Arizonans right now.
We did.
And you've spent the entirety of this time talking about 2020. I think you're stuck on 2020. I really do.
I have
I wanna
interviewed
move
many,
forward
many
and bring-
Republicans and haven't even mentioned it. I only did with you because this is a big thing that you are running on. Let's look ahead and let's talk about the
Jana.
2022 election. Will you accept the results of your election, Ms. Lake?
I'm running
Ms. Lake.
against a twice convicted racist who cost the state taxpayers $3 million because of her hatred for people of color. She paid a woman of color in her office
What?
$30,000 less than men doing the same job. Last week, we learned she held a slave auction, a mock slave auction in high school. We saw her running from a black reporter, hiding in the bathroom from him.
Wait,
I'm not
what?
gonna lose this election because
I'm
the
going to
people
talk
of
to Katie
Arizona
Hobbs.
will
I'm going
never-
to talk to Katie Hobbs
the
right
people
after
of
we're
Arizona
done.
will never elect a racist like Katie Hobbs.
My
They just
question
won't.
is, will you accept the results of your election in November?
I'm going to win the election and I will accept that result.
If you lose, will you accept that?
Wow.
I'm going to win the election and I will accept that result because the people of Arizona will never support and vote for a coward like Katie Hobbs who won't show up on a debate stage. She's single-handedly destroying a 20-year tradition of gubernatorial debates because of her
It is Hobbs refusing to debate.
already. No momentum behind her. The polls are in our favor, and we're going to win this election. I'm 100% confident of that. We have
Polls
the
are in her favor right
sense
now.
ideas that people want, and we're seeing Democrats pour over and vote for us right now. I've had many people reach out and say they're voting for us. So the Democrat Party is faltering. It's not the party of solutions. It's the party that has caused the problems that we're in.
Perfect freedom. What is up, my friend?
Coming on with me.
So I thought we were gonna get Katie Hobbs' side. Fortunately, we will not. So I was gonna let it play. Instead, we're going to move on to Joe O'Dea. He is the Republican challenger for the Senate seat in Colorado, currently held by Michael Bennet. Also went on with Dana Bash this morning. I called O'Dea Trump-backed. Apparently, he is now trying to walk back any endorsement from Trump. We're going to be watching this debate between O'Dea and Bennett come Wednesday. CNN taking a long time to play. I think I tried to get this on YouTube and I couldn't find it. Put it up since CNN. Giving me a hard time here. No, they have not put. Or at least they didn't put his name on it if they cut it and put it up on YouTube.
Oh, yeah!
Which should make you feel good as a candidate, Joe O'Dea. What's the choice? What is up, my friend? Thank you for being a freaking follower. Let's take it over here to a different browser. Here we go.
With the economy, there is a new inflation report this week that shows core inflation reaching its highest point in 40 years. Utility gas is up 33%. Chicken, milk, vegetables, they're all up. If you were in the Senate, what specifically would you do to fix the inflation problem?
Dan, thanks for having me on today. This inflation's been caused by the $1.9 trillion reckless spending bill that got put in place by Michael Bennet. He cast the deciding vote back in March of last year. It's caused record inflation. They've dumped over $5 trillion in the last year and a half. In addition to that, the war on energy has caused the price of diesel to go through the ceiling.
That's pretty much anywhere, eh?
We've got a Fed that's been asleep.
Media Winch can tell you all about the pockets of red in California.
And those are just a few of the issues that I'm going to address when I hit the U.S. Senate here in January.
How? What would you do?
Well, first off, we've got to get our energy policy back on track. We've got to get energy, wind, solar, nuclear, good and clean natural gas. We've got to get the permitting out of the way so we can go back to work here in Colorado and flood the market.
Deregulation is what he wants.
It'll cause the price to come down. Inflation will go away. That's how you do it.
Washington is once again debating stricter gun laws after yet another mass shooting in North Carolina. In your state of Colorado, there is one gun death every 10 hours. You said you would have voted against a bipartisan bill that Mitch McConnell and 14 other Republicans supported this summer. So do you think any additional gun...
For the millionth time, I don't believe that Rhode Island is a real state. I don't believe you guys are gaslighting me when you tell me it's a real state and you've fucking been to it. I don't think it's real. I don't think it exists. You guys are making it up. Fucking Rhode Island. Stop doing this shit to me.
Restrictions are needed at any level?
It is a fictitious place that's featured on Family Guy. Pass another set of laws. Democrats here in Colorado have ignored the laws that are on the books. As a drug dealer, you can possess a weapon, should be a felony. They're not taking them off.
Science hasn't proven the existence of Rhode Island.
Wait, make sure that we're enforcing the.
Are we watching a Senate race in Rhode Island? Who's the fucking senator from Rhode Island? I can't fucking tell you. I'm a political junkie. We sit here, we watch fucking... Because there is no senator from Rhode Island. That's why I don't know who the fucking senator from Rhode Island... There is no White House in Rhode Island. You're full of shit. We ain't watching no debates from Rhode Island. There ain't no, like, mass shooting in Rhode Island. When did that ever happen? Never. Obviously fake. Definitely a fictional character. Sheldon Whitehouse. Totally not a good senator.
Laws that we have. We don't need a whole host
Doesn't exist.
New laws. What we need to do is make sure we're enforcing the ones we have.
There is a red flag law in Colorado. It's focused on mental health. You say Colorado's law there doesn't work. Why not?
Well, when I talk to the sheriffs that are the ones that are putting that law in place and having to implement it, they don't think that law works. It puts them at risk. They're not happy with that law. It needs to be rewritten here in Colorado. It's not doing the job that it's supposed to do. We need to do more with mental health here to get these people off the street, but we have hundreds of laws on the books. We need to enforce them. We need more cops on our street right now. If you talk to Chief Page in the county of Denver, he's the chief of police, he'll tell you he's short 250 officers. That's because Democrats
I don't believe a word cops say.
Defunded, demoralized the police.
Well, let's stick to guns. Let's stick to guns,
restore that position.
Colorado, the red flag law.
By the way, I just want to point out it was indeed another day in mass shooting USA. We're not really doing the stories of like outside of James Madison University, like fucking 5 people were sent to the hospital. Luckily, no one died. A person has been charged with attempted murder. It has indeed been another day in mass shooting USA. I think there was another one. I can't even think of it off the top of my head right now. Fuck yeah, a lot of rural sheriffs don't follow the law.
Is intended in part to deal with mental health, which is what you're talking about. And Colorado has approved 146 applications to take away a gun from a dangerous individual in the last 2 years. Doesn't that make your state more safe?
Well, it's not. We're the 3rd worst state for violent crime in the United States right now. They just deemed Denver as one of the most unsafe cities in the nation. You go around here and we have record crime everywhere. We need to enforce the laws that we have.
Oh, I doubt that.
Get these criminals off the street.
Record crime was like the 70s, motherfucker.
Cashless bonds that are being put in place. We're not getting these criminals off the street. That's the problem with crime here in Colorado.
Let me turn to an issue that you...
if you only start with the records in like the 90s, you might be right.
This past week, the January 6th committee held its final hearing before the midterm elections. You have said Donald Trump could have done a lot more to stop January 6th, the insurrection, the violent attack on the Capitol from happening. Do you think what happened on January 6th should disqualify him from being president again?
Look, I believe that the January 6th was a black eye on the country. I've been very vocal that I thought he should have done more to keep the violence from heading towards the Capitol. Anybody that was violent at the Capitol or tore something apart, they should be held accountable. We've got processes in place that hold people accountable. And we need to move the country forward. I don't think Donald Trump should run again. I'm going to actively campaign against Donald Trump and make sure that we've got 4 or 5 really great Republicans right now. Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott. They can run and serve for 8 years. I'm going to do my job as a U.S. Senator to make sure that they have good campaigns in the primary.
This is a Republican running in a blue, purplish state.
Before I let you go, abortion is shaping up to be a major issue in the midterms. You support a 20-week ban in Colorado with exceptions for rape and incest. 2 years ago, your state rejected a 22-week ban. Colorado currently has no limits on abortion. So are you out of step with your state?
No, I believe for the first 5 months, that decision should be between a woman and her doctor. After that, for rape, incest, life of the mother, medical necessity, I believe that decision should also be between a woman and her doctor. Michael Bennet voted for a bill that supports abortion up to and including the moment of birth.
I'm asking about.
Wow, oh my God.
That's excessive. That's excessive.
No. He voted for a bill that was exactly what you had described just moments before. That's what he voted for, I can assure you. My God, the audacity of these motherfuckers. I can't fuck with the commercial breaks on Twitch. I'm sorry. I try to do them at a set time at 5 till. I take a little commercial break. I go fill up my drink. I take a pee, that sort of thing. Because we lost the stream early on, I don't have control of the commercials on Twitch. I'm sorry. My apologies for that, but I'm gonna take a quick break and go refill my drink and take a pee. When we come back on the other side of the break, we are going to hear from Bernie Sanders, who says we should just give up on trying to court Trump voters. Trump is upset with the Jews. You heard me right. Trump has a lot of problems with the Jewish people. I didn't really want to talk about it because there's a couple of different instances of Trump being accused of fraud. As I said earlier, it's kind of like saying water is wet, but we'll touch on those. We have it. This is the thing I'm looking forward to the most later on in the show. We have the body cam footage in Connecticut last week. This guy was at a bar and these cops tried to cite him. He went home. He went home and armed himself and then called in a false report and got the cops to come to his house and then ambushed them. We have body camera footage from that incident. That's going to be a content warning. Plus, college football got real rowdy over the weekend. The Tennessee fans tore down their own field goal posts and threw them in the river. And then the football team is now asking for donations because in order to play their footy ball game next week, they have to have field goal posts. So we're gonna talk about that, and then a fan at the Ole Miss game was tackled by police, and it was brutal apparently. All that and more on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol Live.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
This is WWE superstar and multiple-time champion Seth Rollins. Seth is one of the top wrestlers in the industry, and never in a million years would I expect that Seth would be spying on me, or at least following me on social media. You see, a few years ago, around 2015 or 2016, Seth started referring to himself as
Seth freaking Rollins.
Now, Justin, you may say, your name is Justin Freakin. That's not very similar. And you'd be right. But I actually rebranded myself as Justin Freakin after Rollins blatantly stole my gimmick. Before last year, I went by
Justin Freakin Mullins. Justin Freakin Mullins.
Justin freaking Mullins.
I am on film and audio, calling myself Justin Freakin Mullins several years before Seth Rollins. And if we take a trip in the Wayback Machine, we can see that I've actually been using the appellative since I was in high school. If this was Seth's only offense, I might let it slide. But recently he started referring to himself as
The Monday Night Messiah.
I wonder where I have heard something like that before.
I am the new media messiah.
I am the new media messiah.
Self-proclaimed new media messiah.
The new media messiah.
So, Seth, since you and the WWE are clearly paying attention to me, consider this video your cease and desist to stop infringing on my intellectual property, and issue me a check for a cut of that sweet merchandise money. Obviously, you and the WWE are big fans of my ideas, so maybe you should offer me a slot on the creative team. Anyone who has watched Raw in the past decade knows you could use the help. And if you're watching this video and you're not Seth Rollins, check out the links below to learn how you can contribute to my legal fund.
Now we turn to YouTuber Justin FREAKIN. The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the culture. Uncensored and unfiltered political talk and debate from a leftist perspective. The day's top news stories and videos with astute social commentary.
Not high enough for this shit.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked sick aesthetic.
Right-wingers are morons.
You brought back the wrong kind of fucking cake, you idiot.
Guess I gotta thank Matt Walsh for introducing me to Justin FREAKIN.
Yet you're like, we'll pray for somebody. You think you can telepathically communicate with a deity, and you have the audacity to say somebody else has a mental disorder. For the love of God. Certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass possum just walked. I like possum memes. Opossums are incredibly cute until you get them to like snarl at you. Then they aren't so cute. You brought back the wrong kind of fucking cake. I need to pack another bong. Am I still an advert? Like it's like a defense mechanism or some shit, right? Like they show their teeth to scare off predators. But other than that, they're cute as fuck. I'm going full on capitalist. I'm even wearing my own goddamn shirt. Get yourself a right wingers or morons t-shirt at the Freak store. I'm gonna that was like a season of South Park. That was the season that fucked up on South Park. And like people just ended up being advertisements. Some shit. Is that what you're referencing? Possums are smelly? I'm sure they are. They eat trash. I'm sure they're very smelly. You know who else is smelly? Fucking cats. Let me tell you. Motherfucker, you're stanky. I don't even think he's in here. My call-in wasn't working. DM Productions, what's up? Oh, did you try to call me? Well, if I was on break, then I didn't hear it. I apologize. Please call in. I should be able to take your call right now. Am I high enough for this shit? I would be more than happy to talk to you. Even City Cal's like, ooh, please call in. Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on, my friend?
Hello, Justin. Hello, my name is DM. I actually came on the show because some people from another server thought I should come on and debate you at some point. And I thought I'd start by just calling in and asking, are you ready to see the Democrats lose in November?
Oh, I mean, what do you mean by the Democrats lose?
So I'm a right-wing libertarian. I'm not on the conservative bandwagon per se. I'm a right-winger where I kind of believe more Republican economically, but am more democratically social when it comes to things like LGBT issues. But from what I'm seeing, it looks like the Democrats are in for a shellacking this November. Especially in some of the major swing states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, specifically Arizona, which you have on your paper. This
okay. So in Pennsylvania, Fetterman is up like 7 points right now, and Shapiro is running away with it. Like he's up like 12 or 13 points. So what indication do you have
for a second? Let's not look at the polls because I don't trust the polls. I don't believe in the polls. As Alan Lick, what's the guy's name? The guy who predicts elections. He always says don't look at the polls. I don't look at the polls. I look at what's going on. Do you really believe that Fetterman, someone who literally cannot even speak at all, I mean, he needs a computer to be able to speak. Do you think this guy's actually going to win and be able to work in the Senate?
Okay, so what you're saying is please remove the empirical data that we have to work with and operate on your feelings. Is that what do I have you correct on that one?
No, you don't have me correct on that one. I asked you a question. I'm asking why do you think Fetterman, someone who literally
Okay, hold on. So you told me that the Democrats were in for a shellacking. I presented the evidence, which is polling. And then you're like, no, take out the empirical evidence that you have. I want you to just talk about my feelings. And I don't do that.
Let's talk about the polls for a second. If you look at 2016 and you look at a lot of the elections, like let's use the Wisconsin election, the Ron Johnson election in Wisconsin in 2016. Ron Johnson was behind in the polls in 2016. He won by more points than the polls set up. The polls have a margin of error. They typically underestimate Republicans. It's been proven time and time again in every election that we've seen so far. The polls have been wrong.
I don't think that's because, like in Nevada, Harry Reid always polled far behind what he actually came out. Like polling can be off, but it's a good gauge. You can't just like throw it completely out. Like in 2016, if you want to take the presidential election, like the New York Times had like a 96% chance of Hillary Clinton winning, but just because the 4% chance thing happens doesn't mean that the polls are wrong. It just means that the thing that only had a 4% chance of happening happened, which was it needed to fall like 3 specific states, and it was all within a margin of like 100,000 votes or something like that. It was a freak occurrence, and that happens. Like you have to allow for that in statistics.
All right, so I'm following the way that I predict elections. So I don't use the polls. So do you know who Alan Lichtman is?
So how do you predict elections then? If you don't use any kind of polling, then isn't just
what you call the.
I don't know who Alan Lichtman is, and I don't like talking about personalities and he said she said bullshit.
It has nothing to do with it. So there's something called the keys to government, the keys to the White House every presidential election. Don't look at the polls. You look at what's going on in the country.
This is that dude that's predicted like all the presidents, like going back to like the fucking like 78 or some shit, 76.
No, so Alan Lichtman has predicted almost every election since.
That's what I just fucking said.
He's predicted accurately. So what I'm saying is, right now, if you look at the keys to what's going on in our country right now, Democrats do not have the gains. The economy is in shambles. The border is wide open.
Whoa. Okay. First of all, what do you mean that the economy is in shambles?
I mean, okay, first of all, look at all of the prices that are going up. Gas prices are going up everywhere. Prices on goods are going up everywhere. The supply chain is struggling, and also I should also mention I work in the supply chain, so I know the supply chain is struggling.
Okay. The first, hold on. The first thing that you need to not do with me is say, I do this, so believe me about this, because I'm going to laugh at your stupid ass. I don't do anecdotes. Because if you say like this is happening and I have no way of falsifying it, it does us absolutely no good in a debate. That's why it's logically fallacious.
Okay,
I don't accept that as evidence.
Let's look at gas prices. How much have gas prices risen since Trump got out of office? How much has it risen, and why do you think it's risen as high as it has?
There's a number of factors.
I'm asking you just a question.
There are a number of factors as to why gas prices. First of all, we had a boon because of gas price futures it started in the Obama administration. Obama was very fertile ground for these small-time rigs to get into natural gas production. So over the course of the 2010s, they started really pumping out natural gas based on the futures market. When COVID hit and the price of gas plummeted, a lot of these small-time rigs pulled back. OPEC reexerted its dominance, and these small-time rigs aren't likely to reinvest because the future isn't looking as bright as it was during the mid-2010s. So that's probably a more nuanced answer than what you were looking for.
Okay, let me ask you this. If the pandemic is what you're claiming to have caused the issue, the pandemic was going on through most of 2020. When Trump left office, gas prices were under $3.
When Obama left office, look, in February of 2016, the gas prices were like $1.24. That was like the national average. Do you give Obama credit for those gas prices?
I give any president credit for what's going on in the country, yeah. Obama, what does that have to do with what I'm asking now? I'm asking about the gas prices now, not during Obama.
Well, okay, here's one of the
over $5.
So here's one of the things that I always try to impart.
Are you high right now?
Oh, I'm very high, and I'm trying to pack a bowl as well. But here's one of the things that I try to impart on my audience is that to the extent that the presidents have an effect on the economy, it takes a couple of years. Would you agree?
That depends. I mean, I'm not talking about just the president. I'm also talking about the Congress, the massive spending bills spending money that we didn't need to spend, also canceling Keystone Pipeline and the war.
Oh my God! Well, okay. First, hold on. If I prove you don't know what you're talking about with the Keystone Pipeline, will you never say that again?
No.
Who owned the Keystone XL pipeline? That's what you're referring to. You're referring to the Keystone XL.
But
pipeline.
I wasn't.
Who owns it anyway? Who owns it? Who owns the Keystone XL pipeline? Do you know?
TC Energy.
The Canadian company, yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what the?
Does that help our
What kind of oil did the Keystone Pipeline ship?
You're interrupting me a lot. Maybe you should do this while
Let me ask it.
You're
wanting me to. I like to take things and break them down, right? So you brought up Keystone. So what was the Keystone shipping?
I brought up Keystone.
What was Keystone shipping?
They were shipping fossil fuels into the country.
What kind of fossil fuels? A specific kind. It was a Canadian company shipping Canadian tar sands. Do you know what tar sands are?
Oil.
Yeah. It's like tar sands are like the absolute hardest to refine. Do you know where they were shipping them to?
Where were they shipping them to?
China. The Keystone XL pipeline was, one, not in service, was a Canadian pipeline meant to ship tar sands to China. Now, how does that have any effect on our energy?
Where's your evidence to prove to back that up?
Look it the fuck up, dude, if you don't believe me.
The Keystone Pipeline.
You just looked it up. You just looked it up, and it was a Canadian company. I was correct on that, right?
No, it was not made to. It was never intended to take oil to China. I don't know what you're smoking.
No, it was meant to ship tar sands to China for refinement.
It was never.
Look
made
it up.
I just did look it up. And it's telling me no. The Keystone was never intended to take oil to China.
Keystone XL. That's what you're referring to. That's the one Biden canceled.
Yeah,
not the Keystone, which is currently still in operation.
I just looked it up.
So where was it shipping? Where was it shipping tar sands
It was shipping.
to? Where was it
Keystone
proposed?
was never intended to take oil
Where
to
was
China.
it proposed?
Take Canadian crude to the complex U.S.
Through
US
the
Gulf.
Gulf.
Able to cross, yeah, it was the Gulf Coast. So they take it to the Gulf, down to the Gulf Coast is what it's
to
telling
ship
me
to
right
China.
Here. Keystone, it says here, Keystone was never intended to ship to China. And this is coming from Reuters, by the way, which is
It is
left-wing
Reuters.
fact-checker.
It is not a left-wing
Reuters.
fact checker. It is a news service. I think you don't know what
No,
you're
they're
talking
left
about.
wing. I know they're left wing
They're
because
not
they
left-wing. They are a news service.
Yeah, they are.
It's
No,
Reuters,
they are
and they are
left-wing.
they're like the AP. They are a news service. They are incredibly impartial.
Yeah, no, they've actually made up a lot of things, but
like what?
This one,
Like
I mean,
you like to make a lot of fucking claims, and you don't know what you're talking about, dude. What is Reuters, which you didn't even know the name of? What have they made up?
Stuff about the 2020 election. Stuff about the 2000 Mules documentary that came out. Stuff about the fraud.
You know,
that
2000
happened in
Mules is
2020.
100% made up, right?
In what way? How is
everything about that movie is bullshit.
When you show actual evidence, you can't rebuttal it. You can't rebuttal evidence.
Like
that you
what
actually see
evidence,
on
dude? Like we have like
they were
those
showing video evidence of people bringing massive amounts of ballots to drop
that has
boxes.
been
They were showing
debunked.
the evidence.
That has been adjudicated in court and laughed out of the place.
Then debunk it now. If it's been debunked, debunk how hardcore evidence, video evidence of something that's actually happening on video is false.
Well, first of all,
How is video evidence?
You are taking video and interpreting it as something that it's not. So you're talking about the Georgia fucking what county was it, right?
Well, they showed videos from multiple places, but we could talk about Georgia. They showed a video from both the 2020 election and one from the runoff election. And the runoff
now,
election.
am I just going to show you the fact check, and you're going to say, and I'm going to show you the workers and what they said in court, and you're just going to say, oh, that's left wing bullshit? Because if so, what's the use of talking to you?
I'm asking you, how do you prove actual video evidence, video evidence of things that are actually caught on
How do you know? How do you know what you saw on video in a Dinesh D'Souza movie is factual?
Well, you have to prove that it's not factual. How can you prove?
No, that's not how claims works. If you make the claim, and by the way, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if you're going to make the claim that all of these elections...
Have you seen the movie?
I have not seen the movie, and I have no plans on seeing the movie.
Then how do you know it's false if you haven't seen it?
Because Dinesh D'Souza... That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Dinesh D'Souza... Do you know about Dinesh D'Souza's criminal record?
I don't.
Did you know he has been convicted of election fraud?
Where?
He was funneling money to the Republicans on behalf of like Ann Coulter or Laura Ingraham.
So in what way? What was the money? How was the money being used?
He was skirting the campaign donation limits to candidates.
So you donating?
He is a convicted fucking felon.
So donating money equals election fraud? How does that work? How does donating money to candidates equal election fraud?
Because he wasn't allowed to donate more than... He is a convicted felon for this, dude. And what, like, how can you tell me that Routers is biased, and then you're like, I should believe Dinesh D'Souza, paid Republican operative since the fucking 90s that was banging Laura Ingraham and Ann Coulter? Why would it? Why? Right-wingers are the dumbest fucks, man.
Listen,
so I'm not
video evidence.
No. How do you know the video you were watching? Because Dinesh D'Souza is the one that's telling you how to interpret this video, right? So if I show you the campaign worker saying, no, that's not what happened, and I show you the court documents that say that is not what happened at all, will you believe it?
Yeah, no, I won't, because it's just words on paper versus video physical evidence. There's physical evidence has more...
You're an idiot.
Has more... No, I'm not.
Yes, you are an absolute fucking moron. You are a rube that gotten taken advantage of by right-wing propaganda, and I feel sorry for you. But let's talk about your libertarian beliefs. How would you classify being a libertarian?
So I would classify that as being someone who does not want to criminalize certain issues that don't harm other people. Like, as other Republicans, a lot of Republicans are anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-LGBT. I look at those people and I say, why do we make that an issue? Why can't you just let people do what they want and actually focus on the economic issues and the issues that actually are for the people? For example, I went to an event and I listened to a Republican speak, and I'm not going to vote for him. I'm voting for the Democrat in my district assembly because he did this. But he went on stage and his whole speech was about how trans people exist, and I'm like, okay, how does that affect me in any way, shape, or form? I think the libertarian movement, whether it's right wing or left wing, steps away from these social issues that really don't harm anybody.
Well, good. I want to talk about the issues that do harm things and the libertarian process that I think harms things. So, say 3M is a company that's right down the road from me, and they spilled a shit ton of chemicals into the Tennessee River. How would I take recourse against 3M?
I would say, one, they should be charged for that if they're just. I don't think that's even legal. I don't think they can even do that. If they did that, there should be some sort of punishment for that.
Oh, I agree, sir. So what recourse is there for that? And it's not if they did it; they did do it.
I'd say take them to court. Take them to court. Have them do whatever the court tells them to do, whether it be fine, jail time.
I'm assuming you're against the EPA.
I don't really follow what is that?
The Environmental Protection Agency.
I'm not against the EPA. I'm not against not protecting the environment. I'm not saying I'm not against protecting the environment. I'm for it.
Okay, fair enough. Then let's talk about economics then. What's your thoughts on tax policy?
On tax policy, I think that all taxes should be everyone should pay the equal percentage of taxes. I believe in a flat tax. I believe that everyone should pay equal percentage of their income in taxes. I don't believe in
flat tax is the opposite of paying your equal percentage in income.
Well, I don't believe in getting rid of income tax. We'll say that. I don't believe in getting rid of just cutting taxes because I think that when you cut taxes, you could take money away from things that actually need it. One of my more liberal viewpoints, despite me being mostly right-wing on a lot of issues, another one of my more liberal viewpoints is I don't think we put enough money into our healthcare system. So I would actually want to spend some more tax money in certain areas. But again, I don't.
We should have a single-payer system, and we would save money. We should have a single-payer system, and we'd save money. All the studies show that. That's why every other industrialized country has a single-payer system. Because the way insurance works is it's the cheapest when everybody's in the pool, because it disperses risk, and then the single payer can negotiate And I'm sorry, not all industrialized countries have single payer. They have some form of universal health care that usually has a predominantly single payer. There are a lot of mixed systems in France and the UK and such.
Well, look, we need to do something about it because we have a lot of problems with our healthcare system, and there's a lot of people who don't.
I
want
just
to do
told you
anything
what we
about
should
it.
do
One
about
of them
it.
is the monopoly. Well, I also would like to ask you another question. What do you think we should do about the hospital monopolies, the big corporations that are taking up, like, say, Upper Wisconsin? Like, all the hospitals in
Nationalize them.
Wisconsin are owned by either one or two companies.
Nationalize them.
I'd agree with that.
Well, how are you a
I'm down for that.
libertarian? I think you don't know what libertarian actually means. And also, like, since you brought up libertarian, let's actually get down to libertarian philosophy. Do you know what the problem of initial just acquisition is?
No.
Okay, so Robert Nozick, the father of modern libertarian thought, this was his critique of libertarianism. So a contract can't be valid unless there was initial just, okay, like, so trading property back and forth. If somebody stole it initially and then sold it to somebody else, it doesn't matter how many times it's changed hands, the contract is not valid. There had to be initial just acquisition of that property to begin with in order to be fair in a libertarian society. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. So maybe I'm
Why
not
not?
a libertarian then. What would you define me as? From what I said and what I defined as what I thought libertarian was, what would you define me in my politics as then?
Okay. If you were playing Monopoly, you would get upset if somebody didn't give you your 2 500s, your 2 100s, your 5 20s. I don't remember what all it is all the way down, but it's something to that effect, right? If you didn't get your money at the beginning of the game, and everybody didn't start with equal property, and you didn't get your $200 every time you pass go, that would be awfully unfair, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be unfair.
So, to me, being a libertarian is like starting Monopoly. Some people have a whole bunch of property. Some people have a whole bunch of money. Other people have, like, fucking nothing. Other people are in the fucking hole from the start. And if you don't have some sort of way to level that out, then libertarianism doesn't work. And it just ends up with these big corporations wielding unruly power over us.
All right. Well, maybe I'm not a libertarian then. Maybe I've confused libertarianism for something else.
Okay, fair enough. It's okay. Like, I don't know.
I mean, my stance was I agree with right wingers on a lot of economic issues and
like what,
and, other policy different issues. But like one, I'm an anti-globalist. I'm a
what
U.S.
does that
nationalist.
mean? Okay, first of all, I'm going to alert you something that you probably don't know. When people say globalist, that's kind of like a Nazi dog whistle for Jew.
I don't buy into that.
What's been the dominant conspiracy theory over
I'll give you an example
last
of,
2 centuries?
Of globalism, like right now. I'll give you an example of globalism right now is the fact that we have a Washington, not just Democrats, Republicans too, that are pushing us towards nuclear war over getting involved in a conflict that doesn't actually benefit the U.S. in any way, shape, or form, and in fact actually hurts us more and possibly gets us into conflict with Russia. That's the kind of thing that when I say globalism. I don't want.
How is the U.S. pushing us into this conflict?
So since we should have stayed, first of all, we should have stayed out of Ukraine to begin with. We should have never been in Ukraine.
I mean, we're not
to
in
start out with.
Ukraine. We're not in Ukraine. You're talking about the logistical and military support that we have endowed them with, correct?
Yes, we shouldn't get involved in this conflict at all. We should have stayed out of it completely. I mean, it started out with Joe Biden putting sanctions on Russia, stopping oil imports, which hurt gas prices even more, I should mention. But it goes further than that. Right now, Ukraine has signed an application to join NATO. That's what Russia doesn't want. If Ukraine joins NATO, then we are likely going to be in war with Russia. How does that benefit the U.S. in any way, shape, or form?
Do you know about all the weird alliances that are going on because of the oil deposits in the Caspian Sea? This has a lot to do with Georgia and Russia back to separatist movement in Georgia, and the U.S. back to the Georgian state. And like they've been at a standstill in a conflict. Then there's the Azerbaijan and Armenia conflict, where we back Armenia and Azerbaijan is aligned with Iran, but also kind of in conflict with. It's a really weird situation going on. And do you know about all of that shit?
No, I haven't really heard much about it from the news. Not really.
So, like, the Caspian Sea is landlocked. So they have to run pipelines through Georgia, which is the, like, if Georgia was to fall to Russia, we wouldn't have any way to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. See, like, you seem so concerned about pipelines and gas on the market, but yet you don't know about the very tenuous relationship that we have with the Caspian nations and why we're at conflict with Russia in this proxy war in Ukraine. Do you think it's good to have such strong opinions about things that you might not know that much about?
I mean, I'm literally hearing what I hear on the news and what the American people are hearing in general. You know, I'm viewing this from a voter's perspective, not from a politician's perspective.
First of all, our news in this country is woefully inadequate. People, like, they've even done studies that show.
I'm not running for anything. I'm not saying I know every detail. I'm looking at how I would vote and how I'm seeing what's going on in the country from what I'm hearing on the news, from what I'm hearing, from what I'm experiencing as myself. As you said, you don't care about that because you don't want anecdotal. But when it comes to what you also experience in your own work,
well, how can you experience yourself about what's going on in Baltic nations?
Because no one talks about that. Where do I hear about this on the news? Where do I hear about? That's not what I hear about. I hear about war in Ukraine, war with Russia, and possibly nuclear war with Russia if we keep threatening Putin. I mean, the president of Ukraine was literally threatening and saying that they wanted Vladimir Putin dead. I mean, that's playing with fire. I mean, I don't support Putin either.
I have no idea what you're talking about. And like,
the president of Ukraine threatened Vladimir Putin, said that he wanted to take him out. Zelensky. They showed it on Fox News. They showed the tape of it.
My God.
They showed it on Tucker Carlson tonight.
Is it possible that Tucker is trying to get you to have a certain viewpoint?
No, because he actually shows physical evidence, like video evidence of things. And again, as I said before,
okay.
No...
The whole thing I just explained to you about the Baltic nations and how our gas lines run through Georgia and shit. That's the only country we can run them through because this is the only country that is aligned with NATO. And like that's a lot of what this Ukraine shit is over because Ukraine's up here above Georgia. Like, if you don't know any of that, then taking what Tucker Carlson says as gospel and running with it is doing a disservice to facts because you don't have the full context of everything. Tucker has a narrative to push.
Well, again, I mean...
So what happens... What happens if Ukraine falls to Russia?
Then Russia takes over that country.
But you don't understand the implications on the global oil market then.
Again, my point is, should we be threatening somebody who is willing to and has the power to just obliterate a country? Should we be playing with that kind of fire? I mean, I'm not saying I agree with Putin. I don't agree with Putin. I think he's terrible. But why would we want to threaten somebody who has the power to literally Literally, if he nuked New York, that would nuke almost the entire country. Like, nuclear war means death. Like, we'd lose.
Okay, fair enough, but
you're
kind of the one that's, fear-mongering here. You're the one that keeps bringing up nuclear war, and I'm talking about the strategic alliance. You're asking why, and I'm explaining to you that, one, I can't remember the percentage of the world's oil and natural gas that it then covers when if they were to take over Ukraine, and then Georgia falls, and that's where they run the only pipeline they have from the Caspian Sea. That's the reason why Ukraine is such an important strategic alliance for the U.S. I'm explaining it to you. You act like Ukraine falling doesn't. And I personally am probably more inclined to say we have given them too much money, but I understand why we're doing it. And I understand the implications of if Ukraine was to fall.
All right, but again, that's still bypasses my point. Is why are we verbally threatening someone who could literally destroy the world? Is my question. Again, I get what you're saying. If that's the case, then fine, I get it. But again, why are we verbally just out there in the open threatening a world leader who has the power to legit nuke most of the world, who could literally just if we get into World War III, that's the world could literally be destroyed. I mean, that's the truth of nuclear war. That's what nuclear war is. It's not going to be like other wars. Like, most of us will be dead if Putin decides to send a nuke to the U.S. Whether it be New York, that's going to affect. That's going to go all the way through most of the country. It would be devastating, and we're just openly threatening Vladimir Putin.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean. We're openly threatening Vladimir Putin.
They showed video of Zelensky right out there in the open saying, "We want to take out Vladimir Putin."
I don't know that that's what he said. I don't know that you're not taking that out of context. I don't trust you, to be honest with you. I don't know what you're talking about to say yes you're right, no you're wrong. I've seen no evidence that we, the United States, are openly taunting Vladimir Putin. It's actually been Putin.
Well, let me ask you this: what happened with that pipeline that blew up under the water? Who did that?
I don't exactly know, and I've covered that here on this show. I take things with
the Biden administration station saying that we are going to end that pipeline.
I've played what Blinken said about that pipeline. I have played Tucker Carlson saying exactly what you were saying and put it in context. Because I don't trust Tucker Carlson. I don't trust the U.S.
I mean, because Russia wouldn't nuke their own pipeline. That's what people are saying. Everyone,
and
Russia
I agree.
Did. Russia wouldn't do that. Who did it? I mean,
okay, hold on.
I'm not saying Biden did it.
Shush. Ukraine says Zelensky's preventative strike call misinterpreted as Moscow fumes. Kyiv says the president was referring to economic sanctions, while Russian officials accuse him of calling to start a world war. So Ukraine went into damage control mode after remarks by President Vladimir Zelensky were interpreted as him calling for the West to take preventative strikes against Russia. Zelensky spoke Thursday via video link to the Sydney-based Lowy Institute, saying through an interpreter that to deter the use of nuclear weapons by Russia, NATO and the international community must take preventative strikes before the interpreter corrected themselves to say preventative action. So it was just an interpreter getting it wrong.
All right.
So you took what was fear-mongered on Tucker Carlson completely out of context, and there was context to it. That handy, guys. So do you see why it's bad to have such strong opinions about things that you might not be completely informed about?
I mean, I
That's all I ask
get
people
it.
to do is be skeptical of their own bias, their own positions. I do this shit like all day goddamn long. All I consume is fucking news. And even I am deceived and let my own bias slip in.
I'm telling you, I mean, you probably do a lot more research than me. I'm an average American. I am a voter. I just talk about
And the
what I
average
see and my
American is
opinions on what I see.
goddamn fucking stupid and needs to stop being so sure of themselves.
All right. Well, is there any other topics you want to touch on from what I said?
Ooh, yes,
or-
please. Give me another topic. Throw something else out.
Well, you throw something out. What would you like to hear an opinion on?
You said you were a libertarian. I really wanted to get into.
Yeah, well, I think
you probably
that-
want to cut
I think
regulations.
But-
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Let's do this. Would you vote for Trump in 2024?
Absolutely, 100%. If not Trump, then likely Tulsi Gabbard or Rand Paul, but Trump 2024.
All right, sell me on him.
Like, what do you mean?
Sell me on Trump.
I think Trump was one of the greatest presidents we've had, and I think he exposed a lot within the deep state just by being out of office. I mean, knowing that the FBI is doing everything they can, and not just the FBI, but Washington, the fact that they're doing everything they can to try to get this guy to not run shows me that they're scared of him for some really big reason.
Whoa, that is a really big fucking claim. That the FBI is against Trump?
Oh, I think so. I definitely believe so. The FBI is corrupt. I mean, we have an FBI director who was literally threatening parents at school boards not long ago as being domestic
No,
terrorists.
man, you need to stop getting your information from libs of TikTok and Tucker Carlson and the Daily Wire.
I
You
don't
live
follow
in
the
an
libs of
alternate
TikTok.
universe.
I also don't watch the Daily Wire. I think Ben Shapiro is annoying.
You're repeating the same shit all of them say.
I mean, it's legitimately true. They grilled him on it.
No,
They
you're
are
not.
against
No,
Trump. The
not
whole entire
legitimately true.
Deep state's against Trump. They're scared of
What
Trump.
you were referring to was some fucking wording in a field manual that right-wingers twisted and ran with and got all fucking outraged about. I covered it here on the show. Like, this idea that they're assaulting parents is nonsense. Meanwhile, I've watched video after video of parents legitimately getting physical at school board meetings, including assaulting doctors.
Okay, but that still doesn't excuse to just label parents in general as domestic
Nobody
terrorists.
did. Nobody. That's called a straw man argument. You are listening to right-wing propaganda, which is literally lying to you. Nobody was labeling parents terrorists.
Okay, so back onto Trump. Let's get back onto
No,
Trump.
back
since
onto
you
the
asked me about
fact that
Trump.
you believe stupid fucking bullshit. There's no parents are
About
being labeled
what?
terrorists. But you know who is doing labeling? Like, anybody that defends the LGBTQ community gets called a fucking groomer. You want to know how I know?
And
I
you
can
know
show you
what?
videos on my channel.
And as I've said earlier, that is where I disagree with a lot of conservatives. I'd never vote for Ron DeSantis, and I'd never vote for Greg Abbott for that very reason, because I think that they're showboats. I wouldn't vote for either one of them in a presidency. That's why I wouldn't pick Ron DeSantis.
But you would
people
vote for Trump. You don't
that.
like showboats, but you would vote for Trump.
Trump doesn't talk about LGBTQ plus that often. He barely ever brings up. In fact, it was never part
But
of
you
his
said
campaign
showboat.
in 2016.
Are you saying Trump
It
isn't a
was-
showboat?
I would say that he's a showboat, but not in the same way that some of the others are. he actually he basically trolls his candidates and exposes the crap out of it. That's what he did in 2016 with the Republican primary. And another thing about Trump is he actually has kept a lot of his promises. And one of the promises he kept, one of the big reasons I voted for him was in 2016, we had likely that whoever that president was going to be was likely going to get 3 or 4 appointees to the Supreme Court. And Trump promised us he would get us members on the Supreme Court who would overturn Roe v. Wade. He did it. Reagan
But you said you were for abortion rights.
No, I never did. I never said I was for that.
But you earlier you okay. You said LGBTQ, so you are against abortion rights.
I am against abortions unless in early term cases of rape and incest, and of cases if a mother's life is in danger. But outside of that, I am against abortions and I am pro-life.
That is one of the least libertarian fucking positions. Why do you think you would get to? Because you would agree that it's a morality call, right?
I would say morally and ethically. I would say depending on what term. Because with Roe v. Wade was not the court's. It was not the court's job to put Roe v. Wade into place. The courts were never. It was never their role to make laws. It was always the legislature.
Once again. Once again, you've been listening to right-wing propaganda. We were going to have to go back to the history of how Roe v. Wade came to be. First of all, there was a group of women who went and had a bunch of congressional hearings because they tried to get a law passed first. They had been affected by this chemical that was coming over from the UK. I don't have it handy. Oh, I do have it handy. Hold on. Right-wingers are morons. So they were being affected by this chemical that was coming over from the UK that was causing mass birth defects. So they were having kids that were being born and like living for a year or two in excruciating pain. So they go to Congress to try to get a law passed, and they couldn't. They couldn't actually clear the standard to. They couldn't clear the filibuster to pass the law. So then the Supreme Court takes up the case of, and we've covered the woman, Jane Roe. We actually the baby Roe. We actually heard her interview. We played that maybe 6 months ago or something like that, and let her tell all about her mom and shit. Because she said she was paid by the pro-life movement to switch her position, because of course she was. But the legal reasoning that Roe v. Wade was decided on was based on the 14th Amendment, that you couldn't violate a woman's right to privacy on behalf of a theoretical human, right? So a fetus doesn't have the same rights as a human does. So you can't violate a woman's right to privacy in her medical decisions on behalf of this theoretical being that doesn't have any kind of rights yet. So it set it at, I don't know, 24 weeks, or Casey might have set it at 24 weeks, whatever it was. But that was the legal reasoning behind it. And you're trying to say that they made laws, but that is right-wing bias.
Basically, first of all, what you said, the 14th Amendment does not give a woman a right to just kill their child willy-nilly. Doesn't do that. Doesn't give them that right.
Child has been born.
You're doing, a late-term if you're having a late-term abortion all the way up to the birth.
Well, late-term abortions only have. Okay, like this is how right-wingers are incredibly dishonest. Late-term abortions only happen in the exceptions that you mentioned earlier. So don't ever try that. Don't do. That was what Roe v. Wade.
Outside of the exceptions, were they legal outside of the exceptions with Roe v. Wade? Were they legal?
What?
With Roe v. Wade in place, was late-term abortions legal without that one exception of the mother's life being in danger? Because that's the only time it will ever accept late-term abortion. And rape and incest.
That's what Roe v. Wade did. Roe v. Wade and Casey together said that, and I can't remember is it 22 or 24 weeks, guys? Fucking the chat can correct me on that. They said it at 22, 24 weeks is the cutoff, and then after that, you could only have an abortion in the exception of the mother's life. That's what Roe v. Wade was.
All right, and why can't we have? Let me.
That
ask
is what it
why can't
sounds
we
like
have-
you were in favor of.
No, I don't think you're right about Roe v. Wade. I think
am.
that it was. What I hear is.
What you hear is bullshit from fucking right-wing idiots like Tucker Carlson.
You know, you're very quick to just call them idiots.
I am. Well, you say quick as if I don't sit here and watch them every fucking night on my show. Do you remember
again,
when?
as I said before,
Do you remember when you said that routers? You remember when like just this? And I didn't even bring them up. You did, and you called them left wing, and then you're wondering
they
like,
are.
I'm fucking quick to dismiss Tucker Carlson, who is literally on Fox News, the paid fucking arm of the GOP. Seriously, dude, apply the same standard that you apply to other shit. This is called cognitive dissonance. You're not a dumb person. You just convinced yourself of some dumb fucking shit because you want to believe it.
Oh yeah. By the way, I wanted to. I'm reading the chat. No, Tucker does not do that. He doesn't tan his balls. That documentary has nothing
He
to do with that.
sure as fuck promotes it, and that's the dumbest goddamn thing. He plays you guys. He plays you like a fucking fiddle.
So what's something that he's played us on outside of just what you claim you've already said? Give me something else.
I pointed it out with the Zelensky thing. I gave you the context. We looked it up. We got the context. Don't listen to fucking Tucker. And I can even, do you want me to pull up the fucking clip of Tucker saying that he's basically full of fucking shit? He describes what Bill O'Reilly was doing, and he's describing himself. This is a clip back in like 2006, 2007, and it's just exactly what Tucker Carlson is doing right now. It's insane. And you talk about globalists, he's insanely fucking rich. He's an heiress. Is that the right word for it?
Again, when I say globalist, I say I want to do things that only benefit our country. But if we benefit other countries, they have to benefit our countries. We can't just do things in other countries that don't benefit the U.S.
Let me tell you something that would benefit.
You remember
let me give you a proposal. Hold on, let me give you a proposal. Something that would really benefit our country. We should take like the steel industry and we should nationalize it and we should turn it into worker co-ops to where all the workers own the industry. That way the jobs never get shipped overseas. We should do the same with like Ford and Chevy. We should nationalize them, turn them into worker co-ops. You want to do it through stocks or whatever, give the unions a seat at the board. That way, if the workers own the factory, they never ship the jobs overseas. We keep a strong manufacturing base here at home, and then supply chain issues don't become a factor when something like COVID hits.
So basically, you want to unionize.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so there's different ways to go about things. Like, right-wingers always like to throw out, what is it, Sweden doesn't have a minimum wage? Or is it Switzerland? It's one of those Nordic countries, or Denmark. One of those fucking Nordic countries doesn't have a minimum wage. But what right-wingers never point out is that there's like one goddamn union, and the wage is far higher than what the government would set it. So, like, I'm for different ways of going about it. I think different industries, like, I don't understand growing up in the coal fields of eastern Kentucky how a company could own the coal in the ground. I think that sort of energy, oil, coal, natural gas, I think that should be ran by the government for the people, and the people should see residual checks like Alaska does.
Okay.
And then you don't get,
but basically,
then you don't get like ExxonMobil fighting climate change policy like they have for the last 50 years, even though they knew climate change was occurring and they even raised their own oil platforms.
I don't agree with a lot of climate change policy. They're going way too extreme with that.
What does that mean?
And I agree with them fighting against it. Well, the whole idea of wanting green energy and wanting solar and wind is wishful thinking. It's not as efficient as fossil fuels. We rely on fossil fuels, and even with green energy, like let's just talk about the electric car for a second. To make the electric car, you're putting more fossil fuels into the air just to make the car than running an electric conventional car by itself produces in over tons of years. Also, at the same time, electric cars are having issues down in Florida, especially. Some of these cars are blowing up.
Hey! Tesla being a shit company doesn't mean that electric car technology isn't the way to go.
Company. I hate Tesla, and I will never support that company. But
But
in general, we can't just get rid of fossil fuels. We can't just get rid of our energy. We cannot just get rid of it because
First of all, who in the fuck is saying, let's just get rid of fossil fuels? Like, you're straw manning your political opponents, and it's kind of annoying. That's why I hate right wingers so bad, because like they're like, oh, everybody want to get rid of fossil fuels. Nobody's saying that. You're arguing against something that's not happening.
All right, let's talk about.
But hold on. But like, you're acting like climate change isn't a fucking issue, and it is. Like, it floods in Miami on sunny days now. It's an issue.
Yeah, and the climate has changed back and forth throughout history for
not this drastically. Not this. Okay, do you know about the climate of Venus?
Yeah, it's hot. It's a mess.
Why is it hot?
Beats me. I'm not an astrologist.
I learned this. I learned this in like grade school. It's a thing called the runaway greenhouse effect.
Okay, let's say that there is a problem with climate change. Why would we spend so much money to get and try to rid of our current energy system for a system that is wishful thinking and likely is not going to be reliable?
Well, first of all,
why would we do that?
First of all, I take issue with your
ho. There's a great video.
Ho. Shut the fuck up. First of all, I take issue with your wishful thinking and blah blah blah. Like, you're making a lot of assertions. Let's dial it back here. How much money do you think we give the fossil fuel industries every year?
I think we give them a lot.
Do you know a number?
Because it's reliable energy. No, I don't have a number off the top of my head.
It's $6 trillion.
Okay.
Every year.
And do we need the energy? Yes. And is it reliable? Yes.
Do you know that ExxonMobil is one of the most profitable companies in the history of the world?
One of them, yeah. I do know that.
Why would we give them close to $3 trillion in a year? If they're one of the most profitable companies. They're making record profits, by the way.
Again, I think we're changing the issue here. Again, I'm not talking about how much we pay a company. I'm talking about whether the clean energy that we're promoting.
Yeah, you're talking about some theoreticals out here, and I'm talking about specific policy.
I wanted to talk about specific policy. You say that they're not getting rid of our fossil fuels. Well, why then in New York and in California they are now making it illegal to sell gasoline cars, conventional cars? That's a policy of getting rid of what I would consider our normal energy, our fossil fuel energy, the war on energy.
I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. If I had to guess, I would assume that it's a phasing out thing.
No, they made two laws. They passed two laws, one in New York and one in California. New York just did it recently, where by a certain year, I think it's in the 2030s.
I just said phasing out, and you're like, no, it's not phasing out. But then you're like, by a certain year. Like, do you know
making
what words
it illegal
mean?
to sell conventional cars? That's not okay. That's not something I support. We should not be making a law trying to force people, because electric cars are not reliable, and I'm trying to explain that. I've got
by 2035. By 2035.
I would not drive an electric car in 2035. I would not. Absolutely not. I won't. I got a great video here.
Why?
So our electric car,
You've got some great propaganda that was probably paid for by the fossil fuel industry. Would you say that's a possibility?
Well, I think we're going to stop it before they even get to that point, because we're going to have Republicans take over pretty soon. But
yeah, you're just basing that on your fucking feelings. So here's one of the things. I'm from the coal fields.
I'll call you back.
I'm from the. Hold on. I'm from the coal fields of eastern Kentucky. Do you know what the concept of peak coal is?
No.
Okay, so peak coal means the first 50% of the coal that you can mine is relatively cheap to get to, right? Because it's the closest to the top. But then once you get down past the bottom 50%, it's further down in the ground. It's harder to mine out. Once you've passed that tipping point, you've gone past peak coal. The same thing is true with oil. Now, we've recently found some more oil reserves, which are going to keep us going for a few more years. In the last 20 years, we've discovered a couple more oil basins, a couple more natural gas basins that we didn't know existed. But we have still hit that peak oil mark. So your idea of gas prices like ever coming down to the equilibrium that they were before, that's out the window. That ain't happening anymore because we have gone past peak oil.
The reason the gas prices went up was because of the massive spending bills that they were spending in Congress. That was what happened. It was
how does massive spending bill, which I don't even know, like you probably have no idea what was in that bill, but how does that bill have anything to do with OPEC?
Okay, well, let me again. I asked you the question. You haven't 100% answered it. How is it that gas prices rose so fast, so quickly over the transfer of power of one president to another? Because
I want you to Google. I want you to Google. I will tell you exactly how that happened. I want you to Google oil company record profits.
Yeah, I did. Exxon alone reported a profit of $17.9 billion, highest quarterly profit reported by any oil company in history. While Chevron reported $11.6 billion, Shell reported $11.47 billion, and BP reported $8.45 billion.
So what does the president have to do with that? Are you saying that the president should set price caps for the gas industry or the oil industry?
Wait a second, I'm going to read it. I'm pulling up the article. Okay, here it is. The article is, yes, you can blame Biden for crazy gas prices. Here's why, by the New York Post.
The New York Post is owned by fucking Rupert Murdoch and Fox News. Fucking put down the goddamn opinion pieces, you stupid fuck. God damn it. How? Explain to me. Don't fucking New York Post. Explain to me how Biden has anything to do with oil companies making record profits. And what would you want the president to do? Are you saying he should set price caps? Are you saying we should nationalize the oil industry? What is your solution? Because the answer to your question of why the gas prices went up so high is they make record profits. They are gouging you. Biden is being friendly to business, which is, by the way, a right-wing position, being friendly to business. So, how do you fix that? I have a solution as a leftist over here.
What's the solution?
Nationalize the fucking oil industry.
All right. So again, I was going to read some of the stuff from this article, but I guess you don't
From
care
the
about
fucking
it.
New York Post. You're telling me fucking Routers is a left-wing rag that makes shit up, and then you're going to read to me from the New York Post. This is why I call right-wingers This is why I call right-wingers morons. Absolute fucking morons. Now, I go to the New York Post. They're actually really good about having like really the videos I want in stories that are like celebrity gossip shit. I'm not going to the New York Post for my goddamn political opinions. Idiot.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, I want to go back to the electric car because I was trying to explain that.
I'm moving on. We're gonna go do
because I have the video here.
Because
this
is just
our electric cars.
I want you.
What do you want to move on to?
I want you to. Oh, I'm moving on to doing the news. I'm getting ready to hang up on you, but I appreciate you calling in. I want you to start applying the skepticism that you hear, that you use on other people's opinions to your own opinions. Still man your opponents. Don't straw man them. Be as generous as you can to your opponent's arguments. Don't try to make them look stupid. Oh, everybody's wanting to ban gas cars, blah, blah, blah. Properly represent your opponent's arguments, and then people will be kinder to you. Because it's frustrating. It is frustrating talking to people who are intellectually dishonest.
All right, well, you know what? I'll take that.
You may not know you're doing it.
I'll
You may not know you're doing it just because it's so common in the political discourse and right-wing propaganda.
All right, well, I'll consider your thoughts. I'll work on it, and at some point in time, I'll call you back in the future, and we'll see if anything changes.
Absolutely. You have yourself a good evening. I appreciate you calling in, my friend.
You too. All right, you too.
Sitting Cow, thank you for the sub. Somebody else, clinically, I think you subbed. Thank you for the sub. Love you guys so much. Maybe somebody's passing out some guest subs or some gift subs. Hell yeah, guys. It's been a wild night tonight. I still got a bunch of shit to cover. We've still got Trump news. I get called commie a lot. I'm going to have to do the spill again. I get called commie a lot by people that I'm far more capitalistic than. I file my taxes as a small business owner. You keep saying let the person speak, but I get insanely annoyed by people like trying to gish gallop. No, let's focus in on one thing. And that's what I did. I think it's not my issue. I made them focus in on one thing. If you've got a problem with that, then maybe I'm not the political commentator for you. But when I'm talking with someone, I want to hone in on one thing. Let's talk about one thing. Don't give me all this nonsense. I mean, speak up. I'm all about it. Don't get your fucking feelings hurt. But what you are criticizing me on is like I have a real pet peeve. It's a real annoyance when people want to throw out like multiple points. No, let's focus in on one thing. Let's talk about this one thing. He said Keystone XL pipeline. I wanted to focus on the Keystone XL pipeline and prove he didn't know what he was talking about. I think you just agreed with a lot of his assertions. And you don't want to give me credit for taking him down. Yeah, exactly. Knew fuck all about the pipeline. Knew fuck all about anything. But he was cool. He went with it. I'm down. I like how he's like, are you high? Yes, I'm high, and I'm still gonna talk circles around. You say he wasn't prepared. He's the one. I was the one that was unprepared. Had no idea what he was gonna talk about. Let him pick all the topics. He was talking with one of my mods in the Discord. I had no idea he was calling in. So yeah, I try to be as fair to people as I can. Matter of fact, I don't think I've done a debate yet where I have picked the topic. Calling in and agreeing is fun sometimes. Just say, hey, I need something like the shofar on Majority Report that I can do for people when they want to come in and just get some props. I need to come up with something like that. I believe a lot of people in my chat are further to the left than me, and that's totally cool. I believe I'm far more of an institutionalist just because I did news for so long. I always harken back to the person that kept it like he was a right-wing libertarian type, and he kept saying we need to come together. And I was like, that's communism! Coming together to take down the elites, that's communism, motherfucker! Local news is so poisoned now. You've got so many Next Star and Sinclair stations. It's hard to tell people to, you know, which sources are reliable. Class war. Yeah, people sometimes they think I'm uncouth. I don't show decorum. I call people morons and idiots sometimes. I got a low tolerance for bullshit. You know who else has a low tolerance for bullshit? Bernie fucking Sanders. Bernie Sanders has a low tolerance for bullshit, and he was on one of the morning shows today. He thinks that we should give up on trying to court any kind of red-brown alliance over here.
During 2016 and in 2020, you made a big deal about wanting to court Trump voters. I'm curious your perspective on this now in an era where a majority of Republican voters think the 2020 election was stolen and that Joe Biden is somehow an illegitimate president. Are these voters still worth courting in your mind?
Look, I think there are some extreme right-wing voters who are racists, who are sexist, who are homophobes, xenophobes. No, and I don't think you're going to ever get them. But I also think there are millions of people in this country, working class people, who look at Washington and they say, you know what? I'm falling further and further behind. I can't afford health care. I can't afford to send my kids to college. I can't afford the outrageous cost of prescription drugs. Who is listening to me? And I think what we need is a Democratic Party that has the guts to stand up to them and say, yeah, we're going to take on the greed of the insurance.
We want people that will kick authority in the balls.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
What up, Chainsaw? Use Diver. What are you going on about? Challenge me.
and the drug companies and Wall Street. And I think if we do that, some of those people, I'm not saying all, will say, you know what, I'm going to stand with the Democratic Party because
Oh, I owe somebody a cat. There's a cat here now. There was no cat handy when I was on the call. He just standing there wanting to be picked up. Here's a Socrates. Here's a Smokey, too. Smokey said, I wanted to be on stream. Say hi, Smokes. And he ran off. The fuck are you talking about, used diver? I'm so confused.
Come on, man.
I might not be high enough for this shit, goddammit. Apparently, Trump is upset with the Jews. Yes, I said that. That's a word. It's a phrase that came out of my mouth. Trump berates American Jews for not having enough gratitude towards him. After a week in which the MAGA movement covered for Kanye West's anti-Semitism, the former president wants to know why Jewish voters aren't more eager to support him. No president has done more for Israel than I have. Somewhat surprisingly, however, our wonderful evangelicals are far more appreciative of this than the people of the Jewish faith. Exactly, motherfucker. You didn't do it for Jewish people. This was a move to appease evangelicals because they think Israel being a state will bring Jeebus back. Especially those living in the U.S., those living in Israel, though, are a different story. Highest approval rating in the world, could easily be the prime minister. Hey, they might need you over there, dude. Naftali Bennett not doing too well either. The state of Israel is on the brink of collapse, it seems. There's a power vacuum there. Jews have to get their act together and appreciate what they have in Israel before it's too late. Trump went on to claim that he was so popular in Israel that he could easily be prime minister. Former President Trump has disparaged American Jews for a perceived lack of devotion to him on a number of occasions. In a 2021 interview with Israel journalist Barak Ravid, Trump complained that the evangelical Christians love Israel more than the Jews in this country. It used to be that Israel had absolute power over Congress, and today I think it's the exact opposite, and I think Obama and Biden did that. Wow! Saying that the Jews had absolute power over Congress. I don't know what to think about all this. Trump's remarks come at the end of a busy week for MAGA figures and in anti-Semitism. In an interview released this weekend, Kanye disparaged Jewish Zionists, and Ben Shapiro defended him. Do we have the clip? Oh no, it was on Twitter. Back from the Jewish holiday now, as usual, two things can be true at once. Kanye's moves toward pro-life faith and family conservatism are encouraging. His DEFCON 3 posts and black Hebrew Israelite language are clearly anti-Semitic and disturbing. What a lukewarm take, Ben. I don't understand, use diaper. I don't understand why people come in here wanting to post links in my chat. What the fuck, dude? No, you don't get to promote other shit. You don't get to I don't get it. I don't know why would you want to post a link in my chat. We're doing the fucking news, dude. Nobody said you're a bad guy. I don't get it. Yeah, don't throw random ass links in my fucking chat. You know, it's different when and that's the reason why I mod people and give them that power. I'm not mad at all, motherfucker. Oh, thank you, Chainsaw. You're trying to distract people from what we're doing over here. You are actively trying to harm my stream, and I don't appreciate it. We'll throw you out like a used diaper as well. Real fast, we're going to cover these two Trump stories here. A whistleblower for Trump Media says that the firm violated federal securities law. Will Wilkerson, a former Trump Media and Technology Group executive, has told the U.S. government's financial watchdog that the company's bid to raise more than $1 billion via an investment vehicle known as a special purpose acquisition company relied on fraudulent misinterpretations in violation of federal securities law. As I said, Trump being accused of fraud is like saying water is wet. But let's also highlight another scam they pulled. A Trump political committee bought $131,000 worth of books. 4 days later, Jared Kushner's hit the bestseller list. One of Donald Trump's political committees apparently spent $158,000 on books just weeks after the release of Jared Kushner's memoir. Breaking History, a White House memoir, hit shelves on August 23rd. 2 weeks later, the Save America Joint Fundraising Committee, which raises money for two Trump PACs, paid retailer Books A Million $131,000 for collateral books, according to a campaign filing made Saturday with the Federal Election Commission. On September 11th, 4 days after that bulk purchase, Kushner's book appeared for the first time on the New York Times bestseller list. Goosing it up to get it on the bestsellers. This is a common practice among right-wingers. Speaking of 2,000 Mules, which our caller brought up numerous times, the Arizona Attorney General's office is asking the FBI and the IRS to investigate the group behind 2,000 Mules. Republican candidates for top statewide offices in Arizona have said they believe what they saw in the election conspiracy movie, 2,000 Mules. Okay, that's a weirdly written sentence. Something's missing there. The state attorney general's office is asking the FBI and IRS for investigations of the group behind the movie, True the Vote, noting that it has repeatedly rebuffed all requests to share the documentary's alleged evidence and has raised considerable sums of money from idiots like our caller based on claims of having that evidence, giving TTV's status as a nonprofit organization. It would appear that further review of its financials may be warranted. This is according to Reginald. I assume this is the state's attorney. This is a really poorly written article from the Arizona Republic. The film, released in May and thoroughly debunked by experts and media organizations, claims mobile phone data obtained by the group shows a coordinated effort by hundreds of people around the country deemed mules to stuff election drop boxes with ballots for candidates Joe Biden in 2020. True the Vote's representative said they would use their findings to make elections more secure, but the movie makers have since refused to release any of the supposed data to law enforcement groups, even after promising to do so, the Attorney General's office said in the 2-page letter on Friday. Grigsby's letter accuses True the Vote founder Catherine Engelbrecht and its contractor, Greg Phillips, are providing misleading information to his office and other law enforcement groups. They are fraudsters. And this is the movie that motherfucker was citing as proof that the election was stolen. Dumbest motherfuckers walking the planet. And I get exacerbated. I get exacerbated by dumb fucks. Chainsaw, Cash, Coffee, and Chaos. What a name. Hell yeah, brother. That sounds like fun to me. $2,000 joules. I would assume it is. Sitting Cow. I might have watched it with producer Dave. Probably not. I don't think I have. Can you invite your girl to what? Use diaper. Use a weirdo. Sorry, my friend. You are just a weirdo. Oh, shit. The DM Hoffland. What's up, my friend? Thank you for being a freaking follower. I don't know if I said your name correctly. Fucking shit. I don't even know what that was. But thank you for whatever. Oh, it was. I don't know what happened. Something triggered. I don't know what's going on here, and I'm not high enough for this shit. I mean, I'm assuming everybody's allowed to watch my channel. Now, if you believe in the Bible, and you're a woman, first of all, we have to make sure you're not on your period. Can't be around women that are unclean. We got to send you to the woods. I was thinking the same thing. Whoever hit the weed, I'm gonna pack a bong. Also, if you're a woman, 2 Timothy verse 4. I'm fucking it up. I'd have to look it up again. I'm not good with verse numbers off the top of my head. You're to be in silence and not to usurp my authority to teach. Of course, I don't believe in that bullshit, and I think everyone should do their best to kick authority in the balls.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
I love shellfish. Unfortunately, Chainsaw, thank you for setting me up for this. Let me billboard a story I didn't billboard earlier in the show. We're going to talk about how king crab season is off in Alaska. Unfortunately. Fuck yeah, shellfish, though. I like fish. I like seafood in general. I like fish dicks. I like putting fish dicks in my mouth. Because I'm a motherfucking gay fish. Making love to other gay fish. I always hate how I'll bring shit up in the Bible and they'll be like, well, they were only talking to this specific person. And I'll be like, oh yeah? Well, Jesus was only talking to the thief on the cross then when he says the only way to heaven is through me is through me and everlasting blah blah blah. Whatever the fuck it says, I'm fucking it up. The new covenant doesn't exist. Watch what play out? Use diaper. I don't know. You're talking some shit in my chat and I don't know what's going on. I'm not high enough for this shit. And I fucked this whole story about Trump up. I was totally gonna clip it for the podcast. Or I was gonna clip it for the YouTube. Trump says Jews have to get their act together. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
It's not going to be YouTube clippable. I've just gone completely off the rails here. If any of you are new here, I can sum up my political leanings with one phrase. I give anything in the world to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye pussy, sir. I wish they'd let me on Twitter. Elon, buddy, I'm begging you, let me back on Twitter whenever you take over. I ache for it. I ache for it. A New Jersey mayor is going to react to the state GOP getting caught pulling up yard signs from their opponents.
Top Republican election official caught on camera pulling down Democratic campaign signs. That is Tim Trost. You see there, he's an election official in Passaic County who serves on the board that is responsible for counting votes. He also serves as the Pompton Lakes GOP municipal chair. Law enforcement is reportedly aware of the chairman's actions. The Passaic County GOP has so far declined to comment. For more on that, I want to bring in Democratic Mayor Keith Kaczmarek of Woodland Park, New Jersey. Mayor, thanks for joining us on this. We appreciate it. What do you make of the video I just showed?
Thanks, Yasmin, for having me. It's deeply concerning. Listen, every year in the month of October, there are issues with campaign sides leading into elections. There's never a doubt about that. But what's happening in Passaic County this year with Mr. Trost is deeply concerning. He's a Republican election official. He sits on the county board of elections.
Oh, you hate to see it, Mark.
He's responsible for counting votes, staffing the election boards, and deciding on provisional ballots after the election. And quite frankly, I think this calls into question his ability to carry out his duties in an impartial way on November 8th.
I'm assuming you think he should not be keeping his position.
It doesn't smell like pee yet clinically. I haven't got there.
Well, I've called for his resignation. Our council here in Woodland Park will be presented with a resolution on Wednesday night calling for his resignation. I know that there are other municipalities who have already done so. But I think most noteworthy is that Mr. Trost's predecessor, former Republican commissioner on the Board of Elections, has already called for his resignation in light of this video that has surfaced.
Has he had any response to any of these calls as of yet?
We've heard nothing about whether or not he will resign. I do know he tried to defend himself on social media. But at the end of the day, the voters here in Passaic County
tried to defend himself on social media
that the election is going to be carried out in a fair and just way.
Are you concerned that they will not? Are you concerned in general about election interference?
Well, listen, Mr. Trost took an oath. He took an oath to impartially, justly, and fairly carry out the duties of his office as an elections commissioner in Passaic County. And in light of this video, I think his objectivity and his ability to be fair is called into question. I think it would do the Republican Party in Passaic County right to ask him to step down, have the governor appoint a new Republican election official so that we all have confidence in this year's election.
What are you doing, along with other elected officials that you know of, in order to protect election security?
Well, I can tell you this. We will certainly have challengers at the Board of Elections on Election Day. I have the utmost confidence in the two Democratic appointed elected election commissioners, as well as the second Republican who's on the Board of Elections. And we will be monitoring what happens there throughout the day to make sure that Mr. Trost's actions here don't lead into any other actions that we need to be concerned about as they carry out their duties on Election Day, counting the votes.
Are you worried about Republicans challenging the results of the elections in your area if they lose?
What I'm more concerned about is any election that is close in Passaic County, whether from school board all the way up the ballot to Congress. And obviously in New Jersey, we have some contested congressional races that could be close on election night. We need to have the confidence that these elections are being carried out. And if there are elections that are close, I'm worried about this incident being brought into the discussion about whether Mr. Trost was fair in his carrying out his duties as a Republican election official.
Clearly he won't be fair. He will clearly play dirty. I do want to spotlight real fast, getting away from the politics, that student loan borrowers can now apply for Biden's debt cancellation during a beta testing period. So I would like to go ahead and drop that link on you. If any of you have any student loan debt, do go get your fucking 10 or 20 grand of relief. It is opt-in. You have to go in and apply for it. It is not automatic. And it is now open as a beta launch. There is the link in the chat. Do go get your student loan relief. I had to bring up Elon Musk earlier. Thank you, Mox, for showing that the line go down. Looks like the markets are down pretty much overall. Tesla not exactly looking real good in the markets right now. Look at month over. Ooh. Look over 6 months. Oof. Ooh. Ouch. Ouch. Ow. Fucking ooh. Still not down to pre-2020 levels. But it is losing value fast. There we go. It looks better. It looks better over the last year. It looks like the good times are over for the Tesla. The hell with it. Elon Musk throws up hands, seems to backtrack on his refusal to pay for Starlink in Ukraine. Now he was trying to get the good publicity for being magnanimous and providing internet to Ukraine. Elon Musk, in a series of tweets, criticized the government and suggested SpaceX will keep funding Starlink. I was pretty sure that the U.S. was giving him a big chunk of that money. SpaceX had penned a letter to the Pentagon asking for help paying for the satellite internet service in Ukraine. The billionaire maintains that Starlink is losing money. Billionaire Elon Musk seems to relent and offer continued support for Starlink in Ukraine on Twitter on Saturday, while also voicing frustration with the U.S. government. Saturday afternoon, the SpaceX CEO tweeted, "The hell with it," appearing to give up on trying to shift payment for the system elsewhere. Starlink is losing money. Oh, boo! Despite other companies getting billions in taxpayer money, he wants handouts. Poor Elon. No good deed goes unpunished. Musk answered, "Even so, we should still do good deeds." When you done any good deeds, you motherfucker? I wanted to point this out before we get to our next story here tonight. I just wanted to show you this picture as we're talking about Elon Musk. Again? OBS is having some real issues. Me and OBS are going to fight. Ghislaine Maxwell says she feels bad. Says she feels bad for her dear friend Prince Andrew. Ghislaine Maxwell has spoken from a U.S. prison cell about how she feels so bad for her dear friend Prince Andrew. In her first lengthy interview since her conviction on sex trafficking charges last year, Maxwell said she still cared about the Duke of York, who has been stripped of royal duties over his relationship with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Speaking to the Israeli-American documentary filmmaker Daphne Barak, Maxwell said, "I feel so bad for him. I follow what is happening to him." According to The Sun on Sunday, which published the interview, Maxwell looked shaken when she was told that the prince's lawyers had claimed the pair were never close. Sorry, old Princey pal. Maxwell also revealed that apparently one of the other inmates tried to Epstein her. Ghislaine Maxwell is claiming a fellow jailbird once plotted to murder her as she slept in a prison bed at a notorious Brooklyn lockup. Maxwell, the former gal pal and infamous right-hand woman of pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, told the U.S. Sun she's learned the hard way that prisons are dangerous. "There was a woman who made a threat to act in a plan to murder me as I was sleeping. This is real. That happened." This is what Maxwell insisted, referring to her earlier stay at the Metropolitan Detention Center following her July 2020 arrest. The 60-year-old was convicted in December of sex trafficking and other crimes after being charged with recruiting young teenage girls for Epstein to sexually abuse. Epstein was found dead in his prison cell while awaiting trial for sex trafficking in 2019. Just want to show it again for no reason in particular. No reason in particular. Let's follow up on a few stories that we covered the other day. If you are sensitive, violence, come back in about 10 minutes. We're going to hit the content warning over here.
Following new
in North Carolina, we reported on a mass shooting right after it happened on Thursday evening here on the Troll Patrol. It was just another day in mass shooting USA. There was indeed a mass shooting. Took place earlier today outside of James Madison. It happened overnight last night outside of James Madison University. However, nobody died, so that's why it didn't really make the news. Here's the latest on the victims and the motive in the North Carolina mass shooting that took place on Thursday.
Information coming in overnight on that shooting rampage in the capital of North Carolina. 5 people gunned down, ranging in age from 16 to their 50s.
The 15-year-old suspect remains in critical condition this morning. Officials not releasing any details on the nature of his injuries. His arrest following a crime scene that spanned 2 miles.
And as it is with so many of these rampages, the question on everyone's mind is why? For the latest on the investigation, let's get right to ABC's Elwyn Lopez in Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning, Elwyn.
Hey, Eva,
James Masvina.
Hospitalized with life-threatening.
Thank you for being a freaking follower, my man.
That 15-year-old was taken to custody hours after those first gunshots rang out, spreading terror and chaos across East Raleigh.
This morning, we're learning more about the victims of the mass
So
shooting.
the kid had a shotgun.
Dead in East Raleigh.
I'm just walking in the days, see everything, nothing seems real, like, you know.
Tracy Howard lost his wife of 5 years, 52-year-old Nicole Connors.
She was just a kind person, she was a good person. She didn't deserve anything like this.
Connors was the oldest of the 5 killed. The youngest was just 16 years old.
We heard some shots outside, and I looked out my window, and the neighbor is on the ground, I think.
They died in the shooting spree that began Thursday around 5 p.m. in a residential neighborhood. Police say the 15-year-old suspect shot and killed 2 people, then fled to a popular walking trail nearby, where he allegedly gunned down more victims. Later taken into custody here at 9:30 p.m.
Oh my God. Oh, she's bleeding.
The deadly and sprawling crime scene spanning over 2 miles. That teenage suspect finally apprehended and in critical condition.
We do intend to seek charges against him as an adult and to proceed to Superior Court with this case.
7 people injured, 5 now dead. 52-year-old Nicole Connors, 49-year-old Susan Carnatz, a mother of 3 also killed, 34-year-old Mary Marshall, a Navy vet now dead just days before getting married, and 29-year-old off-duty police officer Gabriel Torres, gunned down on his way to work. The youngest victim, 16-year-old James Thompson, a high school junior.
There are several families in our community waking up this morning without their loved ones.
And Eva, a canine officer who was brought here was treated and released. Another victim, a 59-year-old
I'm glad
woman,
the puppy's
is
okay.
in critical condition here. The motive and what led up to all of this is still unclear. Eva.
And Ellen, this is yet another mass shooting in 2022 by a young man. This one just 15 years old. The Uvalde shooter was 18. The Buffalo supermarket shooter was 18. What are experts saying about this very troubling trend?
Yeah, Eva, and
I'm Justin Freakin. I do a news rundown. I used to do the real news on the radio. Now I do the news and your mom, as it says in the description. Oh shit, we froze, didn't we? Am I still streaming? Oh, shit's going, but my overlay froze. Shit's getting ready to freeze up on me again. I'm gonna have to go back to like an old version of OBS, like ever since I updated. It's been freezing up on me and shit. So if I duck out of here, that's what's wrong. No, it's totally not your fault. It had already happened. Yeah, we're doing tomorrow night. Do I still have my debate list up? Tomorrow night, be sure to tune in for Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp. We're going to be doing that debate. Probably coming on an hour early for that one. Tim Ryan and JD Vance in Ohio. We're going to watch a replay of that. Man, I have the video of the cop in Connecticut. So a dude was at a bar in Connecticut and the cops tried to cite him. He goes back home, arms himself, and calls a false alarm into the cops and then like ambushes them. For those of you who may be new here, I can sum up my political views with one phrase. I'd give anything to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Yeah, I don't know why like my shit froze. Other than that, everything else is okay. Let's see if we can get through this body cam footage in Connecticut. I really wanted to talk about the fucking them tearing down the goalposts. We're gonna have to go to YouTube for this. So I think it's only gonna show us like the ending here. I'm gonna hit the content warning. The cop is already injured from the suspect. See, we're only getting 2 minutes of it. So the suspect went home from the bar, had a beef with the cops, called in a false alarm, and then ambushed the cops when they got there. This was in Bristol, Connecticut. So once again, content warning on this footage.
Shots fired, shots fired. More cars, send everyone.
Nathan Butcher is the name of the dude.
Officer shot, officer shot.
Receive off shot.
It's saying he fired over 80 rounds, attacking the officers from behind, fatally shooting both Sergeant DeMonte and Officer Hamzy, wounding Officer Uredo, who I think is who we're on board with right now on his body cam. The wound to his leg. He was shot in the leg, was able to make his way around the house and back to a Bristol Police Department cruiser From that vantage point, he fired one shot, striking and killing new. So this is a cop that can actually shoot.
310, 310.
This is rare. This is rare with the cops. They usually have very bad aim. Igloo, good evening, my friend. Wow, still shooting at them.
10-30 to 14, they're already gone.
I think they just wanted to cite him for PI or some shit like that. The dude was pissed off. I would assume other shit was going on. Fired over 80 rounds. We're hearing somebody. The suspect fired over 80 rounds. I have no clue how many shots the officers fired. Took him down with that one shot. So, bravo, copper. That is the first time I've seen a cop with that kind of fucking aim and restraint. I would assume he was military.
One down. Suspect down.
Wow. We'll watch the last little bit of it. That was a hell of a shot. God damn. You think it was player unknown battleground? That's where he honed those skills. A little Call of Duty. This is amazing. And that's pressure. Already shot, screams. Okay, it could be Halloween decorations that's making that noise, or it could be somebody that's shot and dying. He's down.
One down.
Seriously.
Suspect down.
Holy shit. I would absolutely assume that he was military trained. Cops aren't like that. Cops aren't like that. Here, let me go back to the story here. Police in Bristol, Connecticut released body camera footage of the ambush last week that left 3 people dead, including 2 officers and another injured. Sergeant Dustin DeMonte and Officer Alex Hamsey were ambushed, shot and killed when responding to a fake 911 call. The report by the Inspector General revealed that the suspect, Nathan Butcher, started firing at police when they asked him to leave his house. Erudo, after being shot, managed to get a vantage point to shoot and kill Butcher. The report stated that this use of deadly force was justified. Not only was it justified, like, that was a hell of a shot. God damn. God damn. I mean, the dude was shooting like, I'm usually pretty against the cops, but like, gotta give props where props are due. That was a hell of a fucking shot.
Actors.
I want to highlight this story just because I'm a big fan of Eric Andre. Motherfucker is suing the Atlanta airport.
Comedians Eric Andre and Clayton English have filed a lawsuit against Clayton County, Georgia, accusing the county's police department of racial profiling and coercive stops in jet bridges at Atlanta's airport, alleging they were subjected to unconstitutional stops. Eric Andre is here in the studio joining me, and one of his attorneys, Richard Dean, is also joining us, and he is remote. You can see him there.
I'm amazed Eric Andre isn't eating a bowl of cereal right now, but then again, this is serious.
This happened in 2021.
Yeah.
And you tweeted about it at the time. I'm going to read that. You tweeted, I was just racially profiled by 2 plainclothes Atlanta PD police in Delta Terminal T3.
Which is now Clayton County. At the time, I thought it was Atlanta PD. It's actually Clayton County PD.
Now it's Clayton County. Okay. You wrote that this happened in Terminal T3. You said they stopped me on the way down to the bridge to the plane for a random search and asked if they could search me for drugs. I told them no, be careful.
Yeah.
Wow. Explain a bit more about what happened to you.
So I was flying back from South Carolina and connecting in Atlanta to fly home from a work trip. I was filming Righteous Gemstones, the HBO show.
Fantastic show.
And Atlanta was my connecting flight. So when I got to the gate agent ripped my ticket, everything.
Eric Andre plays a sleazy Texas scumball Southern preacher.
Things going as normal. I'm boarding with the business class passengers, all white people in front of me and behind me on this little narrow, claustrophobic, awkward jet bridge. And these two cops kind of like appeared out of nowhere, singled me out, and they were like, we have reason to believe that there's drugs going through this airport. Are you selling drugs? Are you buying drugs? Are you on crystal meth? Are you on heroin, cocaine? And clearly it was racial profiling and discrimination. And they asked, so they're drilling me about drugs, and then they asked if
they knew who you are.
My stuff, and I asked the.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't make jokes about that.
Do I have to say yes? And he went, no. And I was like, well, then no. And I got on the plane, texted a couple lawyer friends of mine, and they were like, that is messed up. They should not be doing that.
Did they say that they had any proof in that moment? Did they say, I know they said we have reason to believe, but was there proof that they were able to show you to say, yeah, we want to look through your stuff right now?
None, zero. Their proof was, I'm black, you know. They said some kind of like, we have reason to believe that there's drugs going through this airport, but, you know.
Well, I mean, I have reason to believe there's drugs going through that airport.
That airport, or any airport for that matter.
I've definitely been the only brown person in an all-white line at the airport, and had a cop. I've had cops like beeline right over to me and be like, "Are you on drugs? Are you selling drugs? Are you buying drugs?" It's usually happen in the customs area or like by the baggage claim after customs.
Mr. Dean, this next question is for you. The lawsuit states that Clayton County Police Department said the stops are, quote, consensual encounters, and that those stopped are selected at random. Are you able to point
consensual
to prove otherwise?
As I said, we don't believe these are either consensual nor were they random. If you were to look at the statistics that are a part of our complaint, there were roughly 378 people who over this 4 to 5 month period who were stopped. Of those 378, 56%.
It is a sweet fro, my God.
211 people. We don't think that's random at all.
And do they have more of a right to make those stops at the airport because you're at an airport?
There's some reasonable precautions and steps that have to be taken for security purposes in the airport, but that's different. This was based solely on the police's determination that they wanted to stop Mr. Andre solely because of his race and to ask him these questions.
Is it because you live in sexual anarchy?
You live in sexual anarchy? That we already conducted on the information that we have.
Eric, for those who know you as a comedian, we know you as a comedian.
Yeah.
We're so used to seeing you laughing and smiling, cracking jokes. You're still cracking
It's the longest
some jokes
I've
here.
never tried to tell a joke on television.
They're inching in there.
Yeah,
I feel it.
Yeah.
But how has this incident impacted you? Can it change your perspective a little bit on things?
I don't know if it's changed my perspective. I mean, you know, there's tons of racism in our country's history. I think it's made me more nervous at the Atlanta airport that I constantly have to go to because everything films in Atlanta now. You know, Atlanta's the new Hollywood. But a lot of the people that they're racially profiling on the jet bridge might not have my platform to speak out about it. So it's not just about.
Fortunately, Cartoon Network shut down.
Black and brown people that they've been harassing on the jet bridge. So it's like that is why Clayton and I are coming together to not just represent ourselves, but represent our community.
Eric, thank you so much for sharing your story. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
We're so sorry that happened to you.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
We will stay on top of it.
Okay.
Keep us posted.
Hell yeah, Eric Andre. Going to highlight that. Let's go a state up from Georgia. And let me show you what happened in Tennessee last night, because my God. The Southeastern Conference has fined Tennessee $100,000. The Vols are now crowdsourcing new goalposts. The fans tore down the goalposts in the stadium, marched them down the street, and threw them in the river. The Southeastern Conference has fined Tennessee $100,000 for a wild field storming celebration after a win over Alabama. Meanwhile, the school has turned to fans to help pay for new goalposts. The third-ranked Volunteers knocked off number 6 Alabama 52-49 on the last play field goal Saturday. I think it was the other way around. I think it was number 6 Tennessee and number 3 Alabama. It ended a 15-game losing streak to Alabama. Fans stormed the field, ripped up one of the goalposts, and heaved it into the Tennessee River. Tennessee turned to crowdsourcing to pay for replacement goalposts. More than $18,000 has been raised as of Sunday afternoon. Athletic director Danny White tweeted, "We had some fun, didn't we?" And then he asked fans to help us out. Don't donate to fucking Tennessee. God damn. They have enough fucking money for their sporty ball program. SEC policy states that access to competition areas shall be limited to participating student athletes, coaches, officials, student personnel, and properly credentialed individuals at all times for the safety of participants and spectators alike. At no time before, during, or after a contest shall spectators be permitted to enter the competition area. Let me tell you, it also happened in Mississippi, where a fan decided he wanted to enter the spectator area. He wanted, I fucked it up, didn't I? The participant area. Oh, do you have some video of this? Oh, I don't know what this dude in his car is. I want to see the video of the goalposts. I guarantee. Shit is fucking up over here. There they are, throwing the goalposts in the Tennessee River. That doesn't make it look like the rowdy affair that it was. Ooh. Rushing the field is commonplace in college football after a big upset, but it's illegal when anyone does it in the middle of the game. We're going to see this dude run onto the field and get brutally tackled by Mississippi police during the Ole Miss game. Forty ball got wild over the weekend. One more time. Let's see the hit. Is that the best hit of the football game? Ooh, that one cop got him good. That was a hell of a hit. That might be CTE inducing. I mentioned it earlier. We're gonna have a problem with crabs. Not that kind of problem with crabs.
In Alaska, the big question is, where are the crabs? Wildlife experts say 1 billion.
You live in
snow
sexual
crabs are
anarchy?
missing. That's a whopping 90% drop in the crab population there. As a result, snow crab season has been canceled in Alaska for the first time ever. Researchers say disease may have played a role or climate change. They noted that Alaska is the fastest warming state, losing billions of tons of ice, which is critical for the cold water that snow crabs need. And Larry, I know you know a thing.
Oh, but hey, you know, climate change isn't that big of a deal. We don't have to worry about switching our dependence on fossil fuels.
Or two about Alaska. Have you had any of the snow crabs there? What's it like?
I haven't had any of the snow crabs. I've had a lot of the salmon there and bison as well. It's interesting that you talked about the snow crabs in particular because they have been talking about there, which is a kind of a frequent topic of conversation, is the constant warming that's been going on in the state. And what you'll find really interesting there too is that, you know, some notable glaciers are not as massive as they once were, simply because of the change in weather patterns. Depending on who you talk to, this is either a natural thing or this is something that's man-made. I think there's kind of discussions on both sides, but it is clear that
I know there's not.
And it'll be interesting to see what exactly they can do, if anything, to try to restore these snow crab populations, because they are critical to the economy there and to the wildlife.
Yeah, they are. Well, I know that, Larry, you frequent Alaska, so if you hear of anything more the next time you come there, let us know.
Well, I'm actually going on Wednesday, so I'll be sure to let you know once I land.
Well, we appreciate it.
I'm on top.
Serious stuff happening in the ocean right now. Jimmy Long, your name leads me to believe that
You live in sexual anarchy?
Used Diver is cracking me up over here. We have to understand that he's smarter than most of us. Near freezing temperatures could establish record lows across wide swath of the South. If you live in this area, enjoy the next couple of days. You're going to freeze your dick off. You will freeze your dick off.
Come on, man.
Just letting you know, we do a news program here. I think record low temperatures is kind of newsworthy. This is the pattern of low pressure coming down through the east, forming over the Great Lakes. 10 to 20 degrees below normal temperatures expected from the mid-up all the way over to the Capitol Beltway down into the Gulf Coast. So just letting you know, freeze potential. Kansas City, Des Moines, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Lexington, Kentucky. Right-wingers are fucking morons. If you are watching on Twitch, you're gonna get cat video before you go. Of course. Oh shit. I gotta kill that music because I'll get copyright.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
I think you might be unintelligent, to be honest with you. Oh, look at him. Look at the one hug the other one. He's a cute little motherfucker. Oh my god, that's adorable. If you are watching on Twitch, we are heading over to Echoplex Media. It is the Plex Podcast. Oh no, we may already be in red light. I might be wrong on that. It might. I don't fucking know. It's late. It's late here now. Oh, Chrysanthemum, I am so sorry. I didn't even see you earlier. I am so happy to see you here tonight. It's been a wild night. There's been a lot happening. If you're watching on Twitch, you're heading over to Echoplex Media. It might be red light. It might be the Plex Podcast. It's one of those. You got some cute kittens on the screen. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. Tomorrow night we got Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp from Georgia. We got Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance from Ohio. 2 debates, one night, tomorrow night. We'll see you guys. Peace out.